Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Wow, having a where am I? Aha. You know, sometimes I realize I forgot something and then I realize I actually did forget something. Wow. Wait, I'm coming off my cave. Just just a second. Oh, ooh, I'm here. Wow, Kobo. Oh my god. It's okay, Cobalt real. I'm just gonna like do this real quick flashbang. Don't worry about it. Hi, hope you're doing good. Hi, Brian. Hi, Chip. Hi, Magpie. Hi, Ixon. Hello, hello. There's our girl. There's the build. Scared of Giga Chat it's okay. That's not real. It could be though. It's all right. Giga Chat is not real. It's okay. Wow. Do not make it real. I'll try. I'll try to. Oh shit! Wow, what a morning! I was actually mad pissed. Oh shit! I know. Like I've been trying to calm down as well. Right? Ooh, ooh. I mean, I know I talk about my second not sister for a lot of times, but you know, sometimes the things that she does is just so extremely heinous that it grinds my gears so much that it's insane, right? Like that person has no basic decency. That person has no like common sense, I would say. It's absolutely crazy how she's 5 years older than I am, right? 5 years older than I am. Actual adult baby. Actually adult baby. Like I don't get it, right? But then again, this is what they do when they never went out and tried to survive on their own for years, right? Like my experience was that I survived in KL for like 4 years. It isn't much, right? But I'm willing to learn, and I think during those 4 years of me living alone actually helps a lot, right? Actually helps build that like human decency, I guess, right? Basic common sense more. So I guess I'm blessed. It's just someone like that. It's ooh, I was in an absolute terrible mood. I was mad pissed. Like the things that she does is absolutely insanity, right? Um, I'm not gonna say exactly what it is, but I'll be vague about it. But it has something to do with her own child, right? I'll make it vague. I don't know if it's Twitch TOS, but I'll make it vague, right? It's just something has to do with her own child. So yeah, it was wild. It was absolutely wild. Some people are just that terrible, can't help but be upset with them. Yeah, it's like at this point, me, my third sister, my fourth sister, and then at some point even my mom is so disappointed in her that we don't want that me myself I'm treating her as like not my sister but a tenant who's living for free here, right? My third sister is at the verge of like it's at the verge of like don't want to count her as our sister anymore. Like for fuck's sake, he's the second eldest sister. Second, right? Second, holy shit. And then he behaves like an adult baby. It's crazy. It's some crazy shit, I'm telling you. Right? So that's why I'm like that's why I was just like it's no use teaching someone who's 5 years older than me. Like for fuck's sake, he's 30, like she's 34. Actual adult baby. right? I was shouting at her. I was, because it's not something a normal human would do, right? I don't think it is. Like something that indirectly threatens a well-being of a children. Yeah, yeah. It totally does. Something that indirectly threatens the well-being of a children. I don't think a mum, a mum, for fuck's sake, would do that. I just don't think so. Right? Which is when, like, I don't like kids, but I don't think anyone deserves to be treated like that. So I stood my ground, I guess. And I was mad pissed. Like, fuck. I'm and that shit that she did rendered me speechless. Like, actually speechless. Well, maybe not speechless, man. I was saying a shit ton to them, and then all the time when I was like shouting at her, and then she does the like adult baby thing, like you have your pupil, like your eyes look up, and then you do the and then shake your head like an Indian person, like It's like she starts doing that for the entirety of me trying to tell her that shit is not right to do. No one deserves to be treated like that, right? Like, and then she does the and looks up and then just like shakes her head. I can hear you. Right? It's like, Hence the adult baby part, right? Hence the adult baby part. Crazy morning. What can I say? Crazy morning. Crazy person. Wow. Wow. At some point, actually, no. To me personally, I always think that there's always a place where people can learn things, right? People can always like learn things and be a better person. But then I feel like my view has changed because there's such a person exists that they think they are right 500% of the time, and then no one is allowed to say shit about them. I didn't believe that at first, but after this morning's exchange, I guess I believe that now. I mean, there are people like that exist. It's literally right there. It's actually just a few steps away from me. Like, oh shit, right? Holy shit! I just didn't think about that. And then I was so pissed. I was so stressed out. I was, uh, like I have to console the kid for a little bit. And it's like, it's fine, right? Don't worry, no one's kicking you out, right? You can kind of guess what she said, right? And what she did, right? So, like, he's loved by everyone else but her own mother, right? It's it's heinous shit. I'm telling you, it's heinous shit. There should be a required license to parent, right? Right? Meaning that no one should just be able to, like, I'm sorry for saying this, but this is an 18 plus stream, right? No one is allowed to just like fuck and then have a kid without any like preparation for the future, right? Like, if they want to fuck and have kids, there should be like there should be a license where, am I allowed to fuck and have kids? I have this license. Okay, you should be allowed to. You should be allowed to have sexual intercourse and have kid. Boop. And then you can take care of the kids together. All right? But no. that kid, like this, my nephew right here, is born in the most unfortunate circumstance that I can even imagine. I cannot even fathom, right? Dad is a piece of shit. Mom is an absolute dog shit, right? Divorced after 4 years. My house gold and money has been stolen while they do the divorce. And then and then now the kid is like Like, the thing about her, right? The thing about my nephew's mom is that she likes to do the surface stuff, right? So when there are people who, oh, motorbike, when there are people who looks at her, and then she wants to act like she loves her child like nothing else, she acts, right? And then once she got left alone, she would just go and be like, oh fuck this, I'm not taking care of this little bitch. And then just stay in her room forever watching TV drama shit, right? And then like I'm not kidding, she just left her child all the time during weekends. And then she goes out with either she goes out with her boyfriend, which she does already, or she just stays in her own room watching the drama. And then once my mom says something about like, oh hey, did my grandkid eat something? It's like, oh my god. And then she comes out of the room and then shout, la la, 你吃了吗? 哎呦. Like she starts to act, right? It's like, ooh. Ooh, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, man. Fuck, it's so disgusting. Like, I'm sorry to say, but people who act on the surface level just to lie, and people who lives like that forever lives in lies and deceit, I don't know what to say, right? At some point the cover is gonna blow. Like 4 years ago, the cover has been blown, but my mom is like too loving. Like I kid you not, my mom is an actual angel. Like my mom is like fucking angel goddess something, right? The absolute heinous shit that my second sister does. My mom must be like, it's okay. She's still my kid. It's okay. She can learn. Right? You don't need to do that. There's no need to kick her out. She's still one of ours. It's like, Mom, are you sure? You're way too good for your own well-being. Jesus, I love you, Mom. I love the fuck out of you, but oh my god, how could you love someone like that? Right? It's like, ooh, sometimes it really hurts me, right? Like, I know for a fucking fact that my mom is the actual goddess, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, mom, you're way too good. And then for 200% sure that my second sister, who is the actual demon, I'm pretty sure, is 200% 24/7 exploiting my mom all the time, steal her money, all right? Take a car, use a car, never use her own car, by the way. And not to mention, my second sister demon has a car that actually is owned by her that my dad bought for her and then put the name under her name. So she actually has her own car, but she will always want to steal other people's car because that's what she does. Boop. It's crazy. Boop. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Like people like that exist. Boop. Absolutely crazy. Wait. Boop. Right? So yeah, this morning was interesting to say the least. I lost my mind. I lost my brain. I was shouting. Guess I was being protective. No one deserves to be treated like that. No kid deserves to be treated like that. No kid deserves to be told by their own mom that no one loves the kid and the kid belongs in the trash. Like Jesus, I thought about it. It makes my blood boil. Oh, it actually makes my blood boil. It's insane how like what is the heinous shit that they can the mouth, actually the mouth. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Right? I'm losing my mind here just like hearing that. I heard that shit happened in front of me, and then I immediately just be like, hey yo, that's your own kid. What are you talking about? And then she starts spitting at me. How can I not get mad? Alright. She starts spitting at me, and I was like, you spit at me? Fine. That's your fucking own kid. You don't talk to your own kid like that. You just don't. What, you want the kid to live in forever PTSD? You know how words hurt more than actions? She has no concept. She has no basic decency. Sounds like something that needs to record and send it to authorities. I would, but I lost my mind. Because it was the heat of the moment. You know when the moment where you get so pissed that I'm seeing blur. That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I saw blur. I saw red. And no one deserves to be treated like that. No kid. Like, no way. As much as I don't like kids, I'll just avoid them. Right? But if at any point the nephew needs my help, I will stand up for that kid. I will. No one deserves to be treated like that. Absolutely no one. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, that nephew is 9 years old. Thinking about it makes me cry. Like, I'm a very emotional bull. I cry easily. Alright? Like, holy shit. By the way, hi Jameson and hi Dragon Colony. I'm sorry, just wanted to update what happened this morning and what made me start on my stream extremely late today. Right? Just... know what I mean? I mean, like, make it a long-term goal to document it with receipts. Yeah, I should pay more attention now, right? I actually proposed to install a CCTV in our house, living room especially, because that's where my nephew hangs around the most. I feel like I want that. I told my mom about that, but then my mom is like, but putting a CCTV in our house, it's gonna be terrible. There will be no privacy. Like, people want their privacy. Mom, I love you so much. Oh my god, I love you. But oh my god, you're too nice. Mom, you're too nice. I love you so much. Mom is an actual goddess. I cannot believe it. I'm gonna cry. Like, holy shit, right? It's like, okay, Mom, I understand. I'll try to do it my way without using that CCTV. Right? Holy shit. Like, good God, how can I not love my mom so much? My mom is an actual angel goddess. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Like, holy shit. Like, the mom who still loves with unconditional love towards her own kids. Even the kid that exploited her beyond belief, she still says, oh, it's okay. She says it's okay. 不用紧，他们是我的孩子。She says it's okay, they are my child. It's okay. You all are my children. We all can learn from this. It's like, Mom, oh my god. Mom, that bitch is 35 years old. Sorry, 34. That bitch is 34 years old. She's not gonna learn anything. If she's going to learn anything, she wouldn't have 6 boyfriends. 1 divorced husband. She won't. She just won't. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm not reading chat too. I feel bad. I'm here losing my mind because this is the current family dynamic that I'm in. Like, so, situation, me, my third sister, and my fourth sister on the same page. She a bitch, right? The second sister is a bitch, a demon. And then my mom current stance is like, everyone is loved. She loves everyone. That's why, God, that's why I love my mom so much. I really do. Like, holy shit. I will protect my mom forever if I can. Alright? Shit's no joke. Like, that shit's crazy. So, That's the situation. And it has been why I need to deal with, plus the legal battles for the past few months. I know I'm currently, maybe I'm not in a very like bad spot, but currently it, like what has been happening for the past few months has been absolutely devastating for my mental. And that's why I always say that I really appreciate it when you guys just like stay with me on the stream. I know I vent a lot. I totally do. Almost every stream I vent and vent and vent. I really just like I cannot help myself. I mean it. Because it's like it's my only place where I can sort of like express what has been happening, and I can put it into words, and I can think about it again and try to see anything else that I can do to improve the situation. But sometimes when I'm alone in the situation physically, right, it's just shit. There's nothing I can do. Well, not much I can do, but to try and film in the dark without letting people know, right? Without letting people know like what kind of heinous shit that my second sister has been doing. But man, like I know I know I vent a lot. I will still, I can only apologize. All right, there's honestly not much I can do. I'm sorry. All right, this is probably not very Twitch content, right? It's probably not. Like, people probably want to come here and have fun and just like chill. I want to too. I want to. But sometimes when shit happens so much for the past few months nonstop, it's just kind of hard to not vent, and I cannot just push something like that away and just be like life's good. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can just be like, I press the start sharing button, push everything away, and be like, life's good. Let me plug them. Right? I just don't think I can do that. I don't think I can. I want to be as transparent as possible without doxing myself, without giving personal information, without giving social credit numbers or anything like that, or IC number. No, right? But when it comes to like non-doxing stuff, I want to let stream knows what has been going on, why I have been behaving a little bit down lately. I get it, right? It might not be the best, but it is what it is, right? So yeah, it's kind of the situation that I have been going on, and I've been dreading about next week going to the hospital. I just hope that the hospital will listen to what I've been going through for the past 3 months. About 4 months actually. About 4 months that I just really did not check my blood sugar. I did not. I totally did not. Every time I wake up, I dread a phone call that wants me to go back to the lawyer's office, and then we need to read more documents, and then we need to sign them, or we need to rebut it, and then we need to pay more money for that for an attorney to explain what's going on, and then help us do the procedure with eyewitnesses that we need to sign the paper, or to do a rebuttal. It has been a tough fight for the past few months. It has been. But despite everything, I just really am glad that I can still be here. Like, I genuinely do. Right? I fucking genuinely do. This is something that I get to do where I can be as real as possible. Like, I feel like when I stream, this is the most raw the most raw Kobo you guys are ever gonna see. So raw, it's crazy. So yeah. Can't think no message. It's fine. It's a new Kobo. Hi Radar. It's been a while. Hi Dream. How's Pragmata? Sir Lexalot. Ooh. Hi. Sudaxis. It's thinking. I can analyze. The Schneeder has arrived. Welcome to me ranting. I love y'all, I guess.
Nursed can't think no
Actually, no,
message.
I take that back. I love y'all. welcome in everyone from Brain. Alright. Maybe a little bit unstable currently, but still I'm fine. I promise I'm fine. Alright, welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons to bits. I love Dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Sneaky Snake read. Love a good read. Hi Tennis. Tennis? I don't know why Sudaxis, but then I just think of like a these nuts kind of thing. Weird. Pragmata is super cool. It's an awesome game. Ooh, I mean, I've seen Zeal played it a little bit. Actually, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm glad it's cool. Heck yeah. I also bought Far Far West just now. But I'll play it next time, not today. Today I wanna look at the heckin' the rest of the Project Silverfish if I can, right? Because I'm already at I was at Greywater Marsh Annex, and then I'm currently in Hidden Junction, and then Borrow, and then currently in Dr. Mosby's place, I think. Yeah. So there's like some end game, late game thing that I want to look at. Obviously, the game is not finished yet, but gonna look at what I can. Want to play Far Far West, but that's for when I have money for games. Oh, yeah. I got lucky too because I actually stored up a few cases from Counter-Strike, and then I stole and then I sold them all, and then I have like enough money to buy Far Far West. Although I have to pay I have to pay a few cents actually. A few cents for Far Far West. Well, a thief? Look, I'm a kobold. I can be a thief. It's fine. Kobold steal. It's okay. It's okay. Oh yeah. Anyone from the I don't know how to talk. 有时候英文很难啊，不是我要讲什么东西，你知道吗？ Right. Anyway, if any of you from the raid needs a post-stream care, get some raid, get some raid. I'm gonna cry. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Definitely do them. Very important, right? Welcome to the Kobo, just sort of venting about the current situation for a little bit and why I was really late. Anyways, yeah. Pragmata is fun. We love the relationship between Hu and Diana, the little girl with you. Oh, so the cover art for Pragmata is the girl. Pragmata. Did you know what Mata is? Oh my god, the game is 205 ringgit. Hiya. Yeah, the one from the cover art here. So Diana and Hu. It's overly positive reviews which is rare these days. Yeah, especially for a AAA game. Yeah. I guess Capcom still has them. Morning, Peter Dragon. Cool, cool. At least it's fun, no? Very nice lah. Very nice. I actually want to play some Project Silverfish and stop thinking a little bit lah. My brain hurt already lah this morning. Hi. Beta hantar boleh sudah. Drink? Let me scroll up. I think I missed a few messages here, but I was absolutely venting. April 29 was your hatch day. Oh, happy belated Hatch Day to you, Dragon Colony. I feel like I missed something. I totally did. Not that for my own family dynamic, yeah. Oh, and then Jameson wants me to drink water. Right, let me drink some water. It got really good action and get hectic. The way you swap between hacking, shooting, and dodging is very fun. Oh, I like the sound of hacking, shooting, and dodging at the same time. Sounds perfect. Also, hi Frankie. I might have missed the message. Oh, Bracky is doing good. Like, where's Project Silverfish? Oh yeah, I also added a timer just now. I went and find like a tiny little bit of a widget. I just need to copy the link for the. I copy link for for the browser, and then I can just use the timer. Very easy. So yeah, let me just close this one. Open up Project Silverfish. What a morning. What a morning, a high. It's okay. I play Project Silverfish and maybe de-stress a bit lah. De-stress from real life stuff by being terrified in game. Yeah. Yeah. But I think I feel less terrified I think like I feel stronger now I get spooked lah, but I won't get jump scare as much anymore, I think. Maybe lah, maybe. I don't I don't know. I cannot say for sure at this time, I don't know. But I got good gun. See, I got the good gun. What is this again? Oh yeah, I got the hey up bullet. I forgot I got the anti-material rifle yesterday before I leave the wall. So now that we got new data tab, right? This one. And I assume I need to bring this to the wall because the wall has like a data tape reader and the wall has huge computer, so I'm just gonna assume I need to bring it there. Tarot card. Nope, don't know what it does. So yeah, we have triangulation, we have reverse order. Right, this quest will not be complete until a later update, but I'm pretty sure this one is like bring the data tape to the wall. Right, I'm pretty sure. So today's goal would just be triangulation, I guess. Still don't know what this does. Check on the slums when shit goes south. Here's a safe room in the blue house, the center of scav territory. Says an misunderstanding the scavs, but if they knew why it was scary, I'm sure they wouldn't hesitate. The blue house in slums? Should I try to go slums? I should probably try and go slums, huh? Let's go there. Slums, we need to go to Depot, and then Depot to slums. Yep, okay. I want to hug and squeeze Kobo. And honestly, sometimes I wish I can get hug and squeezed until there's no tomorrow. Well, I want to have tomorrow still, but it's an expression. You guys know, you know what I mean. Would be super duper amazing to get hugs and many hugs. Never enough hugs. Ooh. Whoa, insurrectionist here? Oh, I'm giving footsteps.
Let's go.
Okay, that's revolutionist. Sorry, that's a revolutionary. Revolutionist? Hmm. Hmm. New word, whale. Oh, we're going to depot. We have 50 cal bullet. We can absolutely shoot down some helicopters with this gun. It's gonna go ballistic. I love it. Look at how long this gun is actually. Check this out. Boom. The entire screen cannot fit in the gun. That's how you know this shit is long. Holy. Anyway. Well, the fact is, I have a good gun now. Extremely strong gun, actually. Maybe the best gun in the game, I don't know. But then again, it's hard to say because we have the crafter. And then there's like a bunch of like ether-infused guns that I never tried. Don't know if I will be able to try that at some point. For now though, I'm just gonna finish. I'm gonna focus on doing quests. Maybe at some point I can go use my entire gold mushroom and trade for red coins, and then we go find a crafter. Do the stuff that I want to do. You know, get some new guns and shit. Would fit inside Kobo. Totally. I could totally fit that in my slit. Holy, this gun is strong.
Fall back.
Stupid. Oh.
Not here.
Wonder why they're not shooting at me. I didn't even see them, like I didn't see them, but they saw me for like 28 years. I guess they got scared by how small this kobold is.
Let's move.
Oh, I think she's just getting all the guns. Doucheball? Yeah. I love crouch walking because I'm smelly. The ankle biter? Yeah. You see the kobold, your ankles are not safe at all. Oh wait, I'm trying to go slums. Not lake. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you don't like this bullet? Oh. The purple menace. No ankles would stand a chance. There you go.
What are you looking at?
Hello there.
Oh.
See you around.
We'll get him next time.
Ooh. Dang, what gun are you using? That shit is loud. Don't worry, there's only one insurrectionist, right? I'm gonna review myself. Told you. Why are they trying to shoot me from? Shit. Why are they trying to shoot me from? Are they on the left or right? Ah, their ankles are not safe. Oh wait, that's Freelancer. Why are they shooting at me? Sorry, you can shoot back at me if you want. Yeah, that's Freelancer. Hey, I might have shot you in the leg, but it's okay. You need
Hello
some...
there.
Okay, you know what? For that, please use this.
Someone's
There
in
you
a hurry.
go. Sorry for shooting you at the ankle. Why am I being shot at then? Were they shooting at... I mean, that's the insurrectionist. And then there were 10,000 more gunshot. But then when I see them, it's Freelancer? Weird. Well, that's fine. We might have a bit of a friendly fire, but hey, I'm a kobold, what do you expect? And kobold doing a bit of a friendly fire, doing a bit of a hee-hee joke. And kobold goes, ha ha, and gets shot at, and then runs away. Is the fire still friendly when it burns you? No, I bite that fire. If the fire burns me, I bite them. It's fire bite. We have the good fire, and then we have the bad fire. And we generally eat the bad fire. Yeah, we bite the fire until it's gone. Okay, so if I go straight, it's gonna be slums. And this gun feels mega stonk, actually. Is bite fire they'll turn out well? It totally will. We kobold bite things until it good. Wait, watch out, wait. Unfortunate for you. You mess with the ankle biter, you get your ankle gun thing. Yeah, that's right. Oh, they're packing the good stuff. Crazy. Uh oh. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god. Oh, dead end. We scream at fire. Oh yeah, we could totally just scream at the fire. When sometimes you hear Kobo goes, ah, you know what's going on. Eat fire. We scream. We scream. Kobo friend. Hi Nick. Welcome Kobo friend. Nice seeing you again on VRC. Yeah, it's a little bit short, but it's always nice to see another Kobo friend in VRC as well. We are doing good. Welcome in. Either it's scrap at fire or scrap at lousy moss collectors. Yeah. Oh my god, it's another... Is it... Is it... It sounds like Wraith. It kinda sounds like Wraith. It's inside the building somewhere. There's 10,000. So the blue house, huh? Which house is blue? I couldn't tell with night vision. With night vision, how would I know the house is blue? Is that not Wraith? That's a tarot card. It's a bullet. Next time I'll try to stay longer in the Mistress's VR chat hangout. Joker. Zigit. I don't know what that does. Very cool card though. Alright, I have anti-material gun. If I see anyone, I pull the trigger, they die. Because I'm a Kobo. More tarot card. I want to know what that sound is. It is a rave. Anyone shooting at it? No. I don't want to be the first one to aggro a ring. There should be a lot more scavs around here now. I did hear some torchlight triggers. No 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 no！你阿媽幾張紅鳥揾出嚟 ？Come on! Oh, you little bee! You little bee! Wait, this is the rave noise. What's that noise? It's not a second floor. No, it's here. Watch this. Double need. See, I hear the torchlight noise again. Or flashlight noise. Definitely not flashlight. There's so many rave now. How about pipe bomb? Pipe bomb! Pipe bomb! Pipe bomb! Is that good? Oh yeah! Are you stuck? Well, it's free. It's gonna hurt, but it's free. That's 3 shots. 4 shots. 5 shots. That is 6 shots of Heya to kill a heckin' Wraith. Good info. Nicely. Oh my god, weird friend, welcome. What's that? Yeah, that's a flashlight. People are just like opening a flashlight, but oh, they switched it off. Are they stuck? Where's that sound coming from? Oh. Trespassers beware. Is this blue house? That looks blue, I think. What? Hi, Zeal. Oh my god, Kobold friend. Welcome. They are very nearby, what the heck? I hope Zeal is doing good. And I also hope Zuri is doing good as well. That sounds very, very close, what the heck? Oh, they might be upstairs because it's where they are, right? That's the lightning. That looks like Scaff.
What's going on? Throwing grenade.
Throwing grenade. I got hit. Oh my god, I love the AI sometimes. Throwing a grenade. I got hit. I believe you have lunch now, so kind of lurking. Have good lunch. Have a good leg as well, thank you. How many bullets do I have? 20... Ooh, least about you, 29. This one is 221. I have too many 5.56 bullets. So are they trying to find me now? Yeah, they are. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, someone else joins the fray? I'm wounded! Yeah, you are. Unfortunate for you. Sounded really close. Here? My tummy suddenly ouch, oh no. I think that's revolution. Hey, last shot wasn't me. Last shot wasn't me, it's fine. Oops. Oopsies. Then why now? Ui. Kobo, what do you tell me about trigger discipline? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was the scav. It was the scav. 你他妈是什么鬼眼睛？这样有人看到我？大哥，你连 night vision 都没有带，你就直接看到我是吗？那么牛逼的吗？Ooh, good stuff. I don't know why I'm not aiming, but I'm not aiming. Oh no, Kobo's gonna get too thick. Also, hi Chipmunk. Welcome. 2300, 1500, 1400, 1. I need to know what is that sound. Why do I feel like that sounds like everywhere? Don't look up. Oh, okay, yeah. I get it now. I know what the sound is. It sounds so familiar, but I don't know what it is. But at least now I know. Maybe I could try and go to a high up place and give him this gun. Would they take it? Hopefully. So if I do, then hold it. Yeah. Yo, they took it. Oh, best color. Think I need to lay down a bit, have fun stream everyone? Of course. And take care of yourself, Chip. Yeah, have a good luck. Thank you. I'm schizo again. That was quick. Okay, the blue house. With night that's very blue. Could it be that one? Could be that one. Let's go. We offered something for the thing. This gun is really fucking good. It works at long range as well. It's kare. I think I'm in the blue house. Oh my god, I'm so glad there's no fall damage there. Unless this is the blue house? It sounded like NFTA question mark? Where are they?
Hold on.
You don't know where I am. Ooh.
Did you hear that?
NFTA.
To cover.
You better get to cover. I'm chasing you down, bitch. Where'd you go? Oh shit.
Look out! Moving. I'm pinned down. Find them.
My god, slums is so confusing. Oh, I'm the best. Where's that gun? Why did they shoot like a turret? That looked like... Who are you? More? Here's one more. Don't know where they went. Yeah, I think you got hit. Why are you trying to wall? Huh? Why are you walling, friend? Why are you walling? Why are you cheating, huh? Why waste time checking either first where you can shoot first? I know, right? I mean, if they have their gun pointed at me, they are gonna get shot. They getting shot if they point their guns at me. Kobo no like being pointed with a gun. That's right. I think.
Medium spin well, medium spin well, medium spin well.
Medium spin well? Medium spin well. Thank you, Mead. Thank you. Performance, oh my god, thank you. Hope Mead is doing good. Mead friend. My monkeys, heck yeah. Is that blue? Oh. Which one's the blue house? I cannot... That's not real. From Kobo as well. At least I'm doing better now. Had a... sadly had an extremely rough morning, but I'm currently feeling better, at least. It was way. Way. I think this might be the blue house. Even though I cannot tell, it's like... There were a lot of scavengers here, I think. Maybe if I keep going up. Courier's journal? Found beneath a bed in the blue house? Oh, well, I guess it's what I need. Late summer 87, got another courier job for the broker. High value shipment coming in by boat. Meant to hold on to it for a spell before handing it over to Dock A. Instruction has been making runs out there to wait for my opening. Got my hands on the shipment. This is premium shit right here. Broker will be very mad if it never got to him. Better find a good hiding place and lay it out in my safe room in the blue house. Funny how the loners use a wolf as a symbol. I guess it's supposed to have something to do with the old myth of lone wolves. It's ironic because real wolves famously live in packs. But then again, I never see any of these bastards actually travel alone. Yeah. Some of the guys here found out who I've been working with. I was under the impression that wasn't going to be a problem. But maybe what they say about everyone having their price is true. It's a good thing I decided to bury the shipment someplace safe for now. A good hiding place too. Even if I'm forced to have a session with the therapist, they'll never find it. Oh, Whitney! I remember this vaguely. So, there's a Whitney session in the therapist? I remember, like, a very fucked up therapist thingy? Yeah. Just got to remember it's right between the legs. Hot. So I need to go to the therapy office again. I don't think this is a therapist's office, right?
And because they know what a pleasure it is to smoke a mild, good-tasting cigarette, they're particular about the brand they choose.
Okay, I'm back here. I think that one is like the lowest floor. Yeah, okay. We'll find Whitney's session. Whitney session. Wait. Hi, Swift. Thanks for the lyric. He broke quick, but he ain't coughing up anything useful. Doesn't matter what we do to him, he just keeps dreaming about some horse on the beach. Don't know what we should have expected. It's not like the broker is going to trust his secrets to some runner. It's a waste of time. I dumped his body in the canal. Oh no. So, horse on the beach? Skeleton beach? So there's only skeleton beach. There's a horse? I don't remember seeing a horse there though. What? Skeleton. Ah! Oh, I need this. Sounds really close.
Let's move.
Oh, cool. Friend.
You got it. Sounds good.
There's a horse there? Guess I have to find a horse. I mean, if it's a horse,
Hello.
it should be extremely obvious, no?
Keep walking.
Quiet.
Get him! Get him!
Why are they shooting me?
I'm out.
Damn, this is charging
Cover
in.
me.
Where? I didn't even see anyone. Okay, let's get back to Mosby's place. How is this the blue house? It looks green. Unless I'm colorblind. Which I'm pretty sure I'm not. Okay, let's get out. Get out of here. One too many? Oh yeah, this is the mega loot area.
Let's pick it up.
Guns. And Kobo left guns.
What the hell?
Thank you.
No way. There! Cover me.
Oh, it's there. Yeah. I think that's a refinery. It says quarantine zone. Yeah, there has to be a refinery. We're trying to go to Skeleton Beach, right? So we're gonna go from Mosby's place. Oh. No, refinery can go to Skeleton Beach. I do have a lot of bullets. And I do love bullying the NFTAs in refinery. Right? Should I do that? Should I raid the refinery for funsies? I mean, I'm not gonna raid the entire refinery. I'm just gonna like shoot the one that's from the front gate and then go to Skeleton Beach. I think that's way closer. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. This one is just like a straight line to refinery. And then from refinery, turn left to Skeleton Beach, I think. Yeah. Yeah. We're going. We have the good stuff. It's a lot of like flashlights toggling. Both of my guns have no suppressor, so this is gonna be spicy, I feel like. Alright, who wants some? Who wants some of my hey up bullet? Is there just no one here anymore? No way. Did I raid this place too many times that there's no one here anymore? I don't believe it. I'm just gonna throw a bomb and see how they react. Yeah. You from behind! isolate angles. Hiya, I got hit from behind. My butt. Is there someone here? That's depressing. Is that only you left? Oh my god, wait. No one's charging out. Oh shit. Have I raided this place too many times? There's absolutely no one. No way. Well, let's get back and then we're gonna take everything they have. I believe these are scavs. Yeah. Alright, thanks for the bullet. And then we're gonna go to refinery again. And then we're gonna go refinery to Skeleton Beach. Yeah. Double check. I think there's just straight up no one here. Yes, unfortunate to be the NFTA, huh? There's a stupid purple menace that's just going all over the place and killing everyone. I'm at 74% speed. Guess I have too many guns. Yeah, I don't want to like constantly walk slowly. There's no way. I got jump scared. You're right. There's no one there. And I got flanked. I cannot believe it. Right, we're at the Skeleton Beach. Oh wait, this is Skeleton Coast. So if it's gonna... It should be close to... I'm gonna assume it's close to the water area where the horse is. So let's start from there. Hi, Seer. And thanks for the clip, Chipmunk. I'll look at it after. And clip, good. I will always look at it. Ooh. They are robots. They're just aiming at the ground. They're actually just aiming at the ground. I'm the best aimer. Hope Seer is doing it. Who needs a suppressor when this gun will constantly gives you a flashbang every time you shoot one bullet? Am I right or am I right? So we need to go to water area. What the? It could be where the sniper was, on top of a ship or boat. A breathing noise. Maybe I shouldn't be taking shotgun shells. Like, they're way too heavy. Look at them. They do cost a lot of money though. I don't think there's anyone here I can trade with. Indeed. Oh shit. Also, am I being nommed by Seer? Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I guess I know what a horse would look like, but I never seen a horse. Yeah, this is very beach-like, I think. We can even hear the waves. Alright, horse. Horse? Horse? Here? Maybe it's like a tiny little hole, but it's between its legs. There's no way it's no way it's tiny, right? In between its legs? Horse? Two trees in between? Like this two big tree? I mean, it doesn't really resemble horse. It's just like two tiang. Yeah. Has to be something that's like particularly stands out. Oh. God damn it. Okay, I think the whispers is where's the jar? Yeah, this thing. In lieu of taking psychic damage, you hear the whispers instead. And that happened. The horse is surprisingly a horse-like. Hi, Sona. Surprisingly horse-like? So it has to be a formation or something. A formation of some sort. I wanna offer them things again. Can I do that? I'll give you this. I have things. Eh. I cannot aim. Bitch. Jump then, dum-dum. Did they not give me things this time? Oh. Hello, Ushinro. I guess they didn't give me things. Nothing was dropped. Unless I missed it. Nope. But at least I can look at the sky without hearing whispers anymore. Try using an ear to scan to see if a tesseract dropped. Oh, do they only drop tesseract? Liu. It should be around here. This thing? In the ship? That's a crazy angle. Oh my god, shiny! Mine. I love the triple drone thing now. Oh my god. I give them gun, they give me shiny. Holy heck. Thanks for the ear to scanner suggestion. I never even thought about using that. But beach, horse, ship? Are you horse? I mean, you look kinda cute. In between, you have no legs. It's not you, you have no legs.
The Joe is hungry.
Oh.
Big reveal.
Twinkle, 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 twinkle. Big reveal. Big reveal. It's horse coded. That doesn't really say much. If it's surprisingly horse-like, if I look at it from far away, I should be able to know, right? It's definitely not a ship. Because ship has no legs. Unless it's like a special kind of ship, then I don't know. Try harder, bitch. Watch this. I don't think that hit. Get fucked. Yeah, that's how you play Project Silverfish. Invented a new number. Ooh, hi Zeus. A new number? Tricky to see at long range because it's kinda hides how horsey it is until you get a good look. Angle? I guess it's like an angle thing. Okay. MLG, I'm the best. And Kobo's the best. But you never see this one before. Oh my god, how do you even pronounce that? Shit, that's 150. Thanks for the 150 stream streak. Thank you. Ooh, Doko. My wall scavs are rude and didn't bring many pulse rifles. Oh. Well, did they bring any anti-material rifle? Because that shit's scary. I'm so surprised I didn't get killed by them with the with the anti-material rifle. I don't think I'm at the beach still. I mean, this is not close enough to the water. It's still a horse. Did they bring an anti-mat? I had to buy off allies because the revolution found them first. Oh, kill them. Kill them. Make it like an accident. No one would know. I'll steal it. No one will ever know. Oh yeah? Explosion. Bet you'd like that, huh? They got the kill? Oh. I remember you were looking for a horse here before? I think I vaguely remember, but I don't even know how it looks like. From my previous playthrough, right? That was like last year and shit. You remember what it was? Crazy. What happened? Why was everything so saturated just now? Oh, that explains it. You don't know where it is? Located in the stable? Oh. It's the famous fox at the stable animation. Oh shit. Everyone knows about the animation. Incredible. I don't know who said it. I said it. I said it. I totally did. Oh. I think over here it's safe. Hi Tiger. Hi Evie. Welcome. Welcome. Here I can do this. Uh-oh. Power Wash Simulator 2? Hopefully that Power Wash Simulator was heckin' fun. Welcome Raiders. I'm Theodora. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. It was wet? Nice, good. We love wet. EV stream was basically a wash? A wash? Isn't wash just washing? Well, if you need any post-stream cake, definitely go do them. Get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Wet Eevee? I don't think it's here. I mean, sometimes it surprises me so much when people remember stuff that happened like many months ago. And then there's me who doesn't know anything. I sometimes even forgot what I ate for dinner when I just had them 2 minutes ago. Oh. Oh. I'm the best. Good boy. The good boy is trying to kill. There's some park statues. I think that's statue. Oh, my chat stuck. Start the rock climbing job. Too big though, and it's dinner time. Oh, well, hope you have good dinner, Evie. What did you have for dinner tonight? It's currently 3 p.m. I don't think I have dinner yet. Fried chicken? Oh fuck, I want a fried chicken. I spend a little bit too much money these days, so I don't think I can eat any like takeout luxury food for now. I need to be a little bit more preserved. The horse is hope-shaped and horse-like. Oh wait, it says. Oh, that's so cool. Horse is very horse-shaped. Oh, I had chicken for your dinner too. Heck yeah. Horse is very horse and very horse. Very horse. And the stables. Horse in the stables. Folks in the horse. I mean, how close it is to it. I mean, that's the beach. Does this count as the beach? Is this the beach? Jellyfish. I get the feeling your chat is horsing around. If I was an ear detector for horse, I'll be beeping. I mean, I have this. I can... Ooh. That's so many jellyfish. Hey, free pork rib. Horse?
Nay, she's a good girl.
Oh, I thought I heard gay. Are you a horse? Been between your legs? Oh, I thought it was cool. How about here? Between legs? 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 Are you no horse? I say thee nay? Nay. And cold? Cold? Well, there's a rock. I found the rock. Wait a minute. That looks like a horse. Chat, is that a horse? Oh my god, it's actually a fucking horse. Wait, no fucking way. I don't remember this shit. Are you sure I did this before? What the fuck? Oh, look at the horse. What? Oh, but jellyfish though. So in between its legs is here. Horns. The horse is amazing. Honestly, the horse is pretty amazing. Oh my god. What the fuck? This is so cool. Give it a rub. I think that's a rub. Oh, what the, how heavy is that thing? 10! Oh my god. I rubbed the horse. We did not like the horse is very horse shaped. Honestly, yeah, then I couldn't even... yeah. After seeing the horse... Yeah. When you don't see it, you just don't see it. But when you see it, it's like I've been blind for the past 69 years. But yay, we did it. This is actually, oh my god, it's actually a horse. Looking at it from the beach side is even more obvious. So from here. Over at this side is like the horse is bending itself. No? The other diagonal? I love how the jellyfish is even giving me hints. Like, the jellyfish are like, stupid dumbass, it's here. Come here. Come here. Ooh. I mean, yeah. I mean, of course not there. Look at this. Like, this is the telltale sign of a horse. That is just straight a telltale sign of a horse. That's crazy. That's so clever. Ah! What the f... I never heard of that before. That scared the fuck out of me. It's not even a real horse. Shake my head. The fox couldn't be sated. What's wrong with me today? But it doesn't even eat apple. Probably. They fucking died. Wasn't there like a dungeon here? Maybe I can save my progress. You're normal. Am I the... Did you use Emma or zombie? No. I would never. Me? No. Why would I? Gosh, my throat. My throat's weird these days. Why would I use a 50 cal bullet on a Zumbo? I would never. I'm too good of a bolt to do. Don't do it. Okay. They didn't do it, but I did it. Tree burst gun? Yes, and I love you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are there so many of those things? It sure feels like it's kind of just chasing me down or some shit. I think it's up here. Yeah, this one, this one. I think this is Annex. No, it's Fort Leto. Is it time to explore more? I'm so thick already though. Being old for a reason? Well, I do love pink. Oi. What the hell? Kobo is too thick. Move speed under 30%. We've all been there. Yeah. Like, we've all been there. I've always been there. I need all the money. And tactical Tidon. Reflex sight. Reflex sight is not like a 3 times. It doesn't aim far. I'm pretty sure. Ui. So tanky? Exit administration motor pool. I wanna find like a strong arm. Maybe I shouldn't be here for now because I'm too thick.
No matter how.
Two beans. They're robots. War room. Right, I'm taking it, and then I'm throwing it. That's why we can have war. You and me, we battle. I'm gonna die. My cool dog's too big. I'm tiny. Ooh, hey ya. I'll use the blowtorch. I mean, I have a lot of them. Easy. %19 movement speed? Fine. I kinda want the rocket. I don't need this anymore. Tarot card? You can't fight in here. This is the war room? But I thought war means fight. It's for a pop a Tesseract. Oh, wait. Tesseract, you're right. Fine, I'll use it. You never know where you'll go next. When coming across a stone lantern while traveling, one must always light it for good luck and safe passage. Let's go kill somebody so I can teleport when I'm this overloaded. That's fair. I never thought about using Tesseract. You either get busy kissing or you get busy yipping. I don't like kissing, but I happily yip. Now I can yip. I'll kiss all the dragon. Do I dare try a purple Tesseract instead?
Yark!
No, I like purple, but this one costs more. Like, I love purple. I love shiny. I can choose. I can choose. I love both of them. 1、2、3、4、5，妈妈的屁股大到一只小老鼠。That's gold. Use the gold one. Purple is less likely to get you killed. Purple is random. Gold takes it to a place. I mean, I know what the stone lantern is. This one is Skeleton Beach. I don't think I... I'm holding a blowtorch. Guess we try golden. Never try, never know. Can look at the shiny real quick. Heckin' shiny. Okay, let's use it. What? What the fucking fuck? You want me to remember the fucking... I don't remember the symbols. 3 shiny coin, 2 shiny coin, many shiny coin. I guess it is golden nexus. Why is this 2? That one's 3. But if I want to, I probably go... Oh, this one, because it has this thing. And then over here is more like coin. Maybe more coin. So shiny. I love this place. So I came from here. I'll go to that one, right? That one is the one with the candle thing. Yeah, let's go that one. I think I took all the shine. Nope. Nope. Okay. Any more? More shiny? No shiny? Okay, we go with this one. I mean, this one has like the biggest shiny, so I guess I'm going in. Wait, this is slums. Oh. I don't remember shit. The square with the accent after you collect all the shinies? Ah. There's also... yeah, it's okay. I mean, this is the first time using a golden thing. So, I'm okay with this. I mean, first time for everything. The first time I used the Tesseract. Ah, okay. It's okay. Sometimes I don't read chat because sometimes when I don't want to get spoiled or am I just like occupied, I just sort of like go with my goods. Okay, we have Lone Wolf Saloon here nearby. I guess we can go there if we don't die. Why is it the fucking golden angel thing going on right now? It's the third time in this. Oh, in this save file. It's okay. We can. Can they shut up? Isn't it still going on? Why? How are they moving outside? I mean, I guess I can try and go there. Slums is like pretty filled with buildings and shit. Did you see the game I shared? I did. The game looks fun. I kinda want to play that. It's like a co-op gambling game. Fuck no, 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 no. Beach. No, why? Why you like this game? Why you like this? I hate you so much. You bitch ass bitch. Fine, we go. Man, I hate that black circle with a fucking passion. What you want? Malawi. I'm just trying to avoid the black circle. I'm trying to go to a Long Wolf Saloon and then this bitch is here. And then we have to eat a demon. Bitch, what do I do? Fuck, there's a demon, run. I would never drop my loot. That's my livelihood, my money. I need my loot. So we're gonna run out of money. Oh my god, really? Shit's crazy. I think is it that way? I sure hope so. Is this no, okay. Dog?
Did you hear that?
Where's my helmet? Is it from the sky? Holy shit, how long this thing lasts? Oh fuck. Oh no! Ugh. I hope it's here. I'm running with the speed of sound. Moving. Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Is there another one? I think that's another one. Fuck. No, 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 no. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm running. Shut up. Nope. Are we there yet? I think we are. Oh my god. Wow. I thought I was dying. I thought I died 10,000 times already. Fuck. And crowd cheering. We clap for that shit. I don't know how the fuck I survived, but I survived. Hi. I have things.
Now.
I have things. What you want? Take it. You want some tarot card? I think the bullets is too heavy. I'm not really using 9mm parabalum anymore, so I'm not really using any like 9mm bullet.
Another time.
What now?
Disapi? I mean, I'm not really using shotgun, but okay. You can have them.
Maybe next time.
Why are you crawling? Because I'm Kobo. Why do you carry 4 ether detector? These are good trading value. 0.1 kilogram for 1600 money. Yeah, what's with this? Where's that? NFTA Navi Office of Strategic Command. This has to be extremely important, no? What if Tira wants to detect 4 ethers? The Kobo would like that. And 4 ether? Hmm. Is it a naval map? Should be. What does it look like? Is it even in the map? Are you skeleton coals again? Is this refinery?
Interesting.
No way. It's not here because nothing goes up. Great Northern Ocean. The docks? That's how you can finish the game. Ending? There's ending already? Crazy. Unless this is Black Lake? Maybe it's like... It's not the same orientation with the map that I'm looking at? I think that's docks. Is it something like this? But why do I feel like it looked nothing like that? I hate maps like this. I just couldn't remember. I'm taking a picture. Like, I took a picture. So this... I mean, and what does adding map to the journal? I still have to like scroll between them. I cannot like do a side by side. Oh. Yeah, I can see a side by side. Oh. But there's no refinery. Could it be docks? Is it like a different orientation? tissue? Unless it's Black Lake. Only shows like this. Looking. No refinery, it looks rather flat. Oh, it's... Wait, it is docks. I see what you mean. Oh, I see it. It is docks. That's like a... Why is refinery becoming water in the naval map? Look at the river shapes, definitely the same coast. Yeah. I see this part, and I see this part here, and I see this part being cut off. There's like a river here. So refinery is not on the map somehow. But it looks like, yeah, what Zeus said. I have to zoom up more, but I can't. Weird. You sent it thing? Oh wow, you added the file like that. Crazy. Yeah, I saw it now. But refinery isn't there somehow. Maybe something changed? Kobo is going in the regular. Eh? But why?
I'll sneak this in while Kobo is distracted. Quick, everyone call her a good girl. Good girl. Pat, 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 pat.
Oh no. Maybe it's from before the monsters? I don't know, Lord. It says something about... It says something about... August something, the time. Where's the map? Okay. August 0087. I don't know what's the time now. Maybe this is from long before? Getting pet naman. You're going to... Oh no! There's so many praises on. Oh no. Oop. So I assume the one they circle here, maybe I can access it from access it from refinery. Refinery is kind of around here, or maybe up here a little bit. Refinery here. Do I need a boat? There's one boat I can fix, I think. I don't remember where it is from. He's possibly making cute noises again. Look, I can help it when I have a praise king. Getting loved on? Oh no. It's just an item that allows things to happen, at least right now. And technically it's like an end game, according to you anyway. This is going to go for... give it to... broker, yeah.
Greetings.
Ooh. I don't care, I need it. Oh my god, you need so much?
Bye.
Oh, why do they keep closing things? I think that's enough. You don't need money if you do murder. Oh, did they close the door on me? My inner demon? Hi, nature dragon.
Hey, buddy.
Welcome, dragon. At least with pizza, tasting numbs tonight and tomorrow. Oh, it's $6 extra because it's Sunday? Oh, heck. Oh. Hope nature dragon's doing good. Oh my god, I hate you so much.
Good to see you.
There's a reason why I spray on your face. There's a reason.
Good to see you. Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Is it afternoon or evening? I feel like the trade it's so not worth it though. Yeah, it's so not worth it because I need so much. This is the middle. That they're here.
Goodbye.
I'm the best player. I'm a mess right now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I couldn't really do much, but I hope at least being here helps a little bit. This one gives resistance, right? Yeah, hard skin. Resistance to slashing and stab damage. Sell the frog? No. Why would I sell the frog? I left the frog.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow. $10 sleep. Wow, immediately feeling fine. Okay. Lick the frog? Eat the frog? No. I couldn't eat the frog. Well, lick, sorry. Need to eat more of my frog to make my stash less. Oh no. It's okay, mine's not lagging for now anyway. Let's go find broker. I guess we can do this. We can go to the wall and do this as well. It's not too bad, but it's just noticeable. Noticeable lag from just a stash is kind of crazy. I remember there's a place I can fix the board, but I don't remember where. keeps restocking all the lockers.
Cover me.
Green?
Not looking good.
They look like freelancers, are they? Yeah. What's your green laser sight? I kinda want it. Bratan, what's your green laser sight, Bratan? Bratan!
On the floor now! You are getting...
Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh shit.
Not done yet.
The goblin killer mates. I do love being a mate. Huh? What? Whoa, suppress a gun. Think that's molasses? It's not molasses. Oh, I went to the wrong house. It's gonna hurt. I forgot how to... I forgot how to go and get out of slums. I now have to climb somewhere.
Did you hear that? It's showtime!
It's sure are.
You are going.
Hey now, are you cheating? Are you walling? Why are you walling? Yeah. Okay, you're not walling, you're not walling, you're not walling. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my god, they're packing the good stuff. Think it's here, right? Oh my god, 50-50 and I got it wrong. Whoa. Early automatic rifle, commonly used by irregular forces of the EDP-445. Model is fitted with a digital scope and suppressor. It's a weird looking gun, but I want it. A possible drop weapon? Is that one good? I guess I can give it a try. This one. Oh, it kind of aims far as well. Nice, nice. Oh, that was way too close. I mean, it's 3006, right? 3006 is very super duper powerful. I mean, obviously it's not as strong as 50, but it's more common than 50. Oh my goodness. Oh, that one was good. What? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's more. Hmm. I think that's it. Oh no, there's more. Hmm. That feels good. Don't know about good, but very pricey. The I guess I can give it a try and see if it's good or bad. It says full automatic. Yeah, it is full auto, but 320 RPM. Isn't 320 RPM very like slow? Right, I'm holding it for a few shots. Oh my god, is that suppress? What is this? This gun feels familiar. I feel like I used this gun before. That reload takes 69 years though. I feel like I used that gun before. Oh, that was my phone. Oh my god, I thought that was not in game. That was my phone noises. Oh, that scared the fuck out of me. What the heck? Right, we could. Ooh, they don't know where I am. Oh, this gun is actually kind of shit, not gonna lie. What are you? Can I not headshot one kill? Like one headshot kill? They... Okay, who was that just ran over? I might kill you actually. You took all my things.
Oh, hello.
You took all the bullet! Oh my god. They took all the bullet! And they're not even here anymore. That's fucked up.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
You're sorry? I might just kill you here. Oh, I'm gonna make it look like an accident. Right, further. What's one kill gonna be like, right? Oh, yes! I don't need to do it! I mean, oh no! Someone died. Fuck. My loot. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. And Kobo getting out looted again? I know, right? They were just rushing in and took everything. That's fucking rude. You killed that guy without even shooting? That's real top tier? I know, right? I willed it to existence. Right, let's go find Broker. Did you just walk around the corner and got deleted? Yeah. I definitely don't call for someone to shoot them at all. Nope. I definitely did not bring my phone out and called someone. Is it possible? No way. Oh wait, no. I don't know. This is a weird topic, but I kind of want to like. I'm kind of curious. Is like hitman a real thing? You know, like people call on a hit to someone. I mean, if it is, it's so fucked up though, no? Shit's scary. Any artifact up here? No artifact? Oh. Need. Hmm? I'm sure they do exist, but most of the urban legends about them are made up. Oh. Like hiring them on the darknet and stuff. Yeah, I heard about like hiring them on the darknet exactly like that. But still, knowing them existing is kind of scary, you know?
Someone's in a hurry. Someone's in a hurry.
Someone's in a hurry, reckon. Oh.
What are you looking at?
Hi. The bad shape might even be seaworthy. Wait, what boat again? Did it? Shit, I didn't read. And Kobo didn't read. At least not without a good map. I have a map. I have a map. And Kobo has a map. Tell me again. Shit, I didn't read. I'm being laughed at. If I had to guess, it's more common for them to work for slash via organized crime groups, not just working freelance, because it's way too risky. Yeah. Clipping to the rescue. Hey, that'll be nice.
Interesting.
Interesting. Wow, this guy drives a hard bargain. Don't think there's anything else I can give. Oh my god, 790. Fine. Beach. Would that door ever open? It's open-able, but I've been picking around the beach lately, finding old boat. Oh, Skeleton Coast. It
hello.
has to be Skeleton Coast.
Another time.
Oh, thanks for that. Referring to a repairable one on Skeleton Coast. I remember looking at a ship boat that I'm missing something to fix, but I don't remember what I need.
Hello. Sorry, I can't help.
Yay. These are all mine. Not much to do here anymore, I think.
Hey, next time.
I guess I'll go to Skeleton Coast and see which boat I need. Wrench in the turbo pump. Oh, am I getting spoiled? Oh shit. I think I'm getting spoiled. Oh. Yep. Yeah, I should drink. Try not to spoil too much. I will try to like figure out the game on my own here. Whoa! Are you not a freelancer? Oh shit! They're heavy insurrectionists. Okay. They are the hit squad. I didn't think they are the insurrectionist hit squad. Alright, this time I'm fucking ready. Come here, B. They're surviving the hay up shots though. Crazy. These are the hit squad. Yeah, incendiary rounds. I mean, I guess that's also how I earn incendiary rounds, but I think I'm being... The rounds are being stolen. Oh. Why are they like this? They keep stealing my things and now I got pulled to another map. Ooh, friendlier. Awi awu, oh my god, awu. Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh, you're playing Far Far West? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's a game that I want to play as well. Awi rate awu? I can probably do some ayip, I guess. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi Raiders. Oh, Far Far West was fun. I bought the game, haven't played it yet. Maybe someday I'll play it. Soon, very soon. The game looks extremely fun, not gonna lie. But still, hi everyone from the raid. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Woo. I'm currently trying to like figure out most of the stuff in the game now. Like end game stuff? Yeah, end game stuff. So yeah, if you need any post-stream care, get some rest, get some drink, get some food, stuff like that. Oh, this thing.
Yeah, I can do that. What are you looking at?
You're the one that stole my bullet.
It's in here somewhere.
I might kill if I don't have enough things to trade. Okay, you're lucky. One shiny for the rest of the things. I guess it's not that worth, but I'll take it. Well, and I mean, I already got spoiled, so let's bring a wrench and turbo pump. I think I have both of those in.
Someone's in a hurry. Another time.
Both of those in
somewhere.
In my stash. Never good luck, Fenrir. Thanks again. No, wait, I might need bullet though. I already traded all to something else. The stash nearby is going to be in the flooded village. I guess I could go there. Much time. Aha!
Fuck off or get shot. Give me one.
Wow, microfrag is good. Well, that's a lot of loot. The food wise still looking good. Let's go flooded village. And oh yeah, I do need to go to flooded village anyway because Skeleton Coast is just there. I didn't even check. Whee! Oh, mega speed. Love that. Always love the yeet ball. Kinda wish there's a gun where I can aim far with the .45 cal. I always feel like I have this question though, right? Like, why do I feel like .45 cal a cow? Oh wait, no, it's .45, and then oh, that's 30 or 6. Oh, I always misunderstood. I keep thinking that 45 is bigger than 30. But one is 30, one is .45. There's a huge difference. I should probably sleep for another 10 hours. Meh. But it's much larger too, so more air resistance. At least that's how Silverfish models it. Oh, okay. So .45 is like chunky. Yeah, it's like chunky. And then these bullets are like spiky long taper. Alright, sleep for the 10 hours. Boom. Oh my god, dragon. Oh, it's a shiny ball again. I should probably bring more ball. Maybe it's time to try using this.
Good girl. Pat, pat, pat.
And Kobo's using a strong bullet now. I kind of want to change gun. Oh yeah, see, yeah, this one. Heavy duty suppressor and sniper scope. Still don't know why this one is so expensive. Like, this one feels 10 times better than this one. This one only has one shot. But it doesn't one shot, one kill. I used it before. Boop. Wait. Boop. Hmm. I want to use more 30 or 6 bullet. Let's see. Let's bring back the long barrel Venator. I love that one. Boop. Hmm. Boop. 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 Well, Kobo is getting spoiled again. Boop. Boop. I think that should be a long bullet. Boop. Oh, I missed this one actually. Boop. Okay. Boop. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to bring my wrench and turbo pump. I guess I need to bring the map with me as well? Maybe? Whoa, where's the map? Oh, it's here. So, wrench and turbo pump. Oh my god, turbo pump is so heavy. Wrench. Morning, Uncle. Welcome, Uncle. Oh, unfortunate. Hope Uncle is doing good. So near the beach. So I have to go to the horse place again? Guess I could. Let's go. We're finding wood. Maybe there's like a big boat that I can use. Big boat. Big boat. I probably don't need to loot too much now. I feel like I have a lot of things. Like, Kobo has been too much of a hoarder in this game. Hey, we're at the beach area again. I probably should walk around the shore to see if there's like a boat that I can use. Definitely not this one. I mean, this one is already like so beat up. Everything looks so beat up here though. Everything looks broken. Backpack. The moon's huge tonight? Ooh. Yep. My leg hurt. I mean, this one looks kind of maybe not. I mean, this is just a bit of a wound. Maybe I can use this one? Oh, fuck. Right, everything is fine. Oh wait, I was in this ship before. Yeah, I looted this place. Maybe it's not this one. Looks pretty beat up. Unless... And what is that? Oh! Flower moon? Green must be playing almost drowning simulator. Oh my god. A is hard? Nothing is flashing. No more bolts though. But they say at the beach area. I don't see no boat anymore. Oh yeah, could it be in Fort Leto? Oh, maybe in the fort, and then they have like, maybe in the fort they have a like a secret ship, secret boat in there. Oh wait, it gives us a good reason to check on Fort Leto. Why are you doing the? Why are you drifting? Why are you drifting? Golden mushroom. I think it's up here somewhere to the right. And this time I'm not too thick, so it should be fine. I'm using a night vision. Administration? That bridge gate keycard. Since when I have that? Whoa, nice. Oh, what happened? It's very bright here. Whoa, it's entire... It's the entire Project Silverfish map. Oh, 지마간. I'm using night vision. I don't even see them. feel like I don't need the AP here. These are just like the robots.
Doctors in all parts of the country were asked, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor?
Yeah, F&J is enough against these things.
Oh, that's around shaving age. You give him pointers on personal appearance, too?
Where? Where? Asshat. Need to find my ooh. They give a turbo pump? It has to be here. Okay. Oh no. Okay. I kind of like these lockers. They give a lot of good stuff. Especially a lot of like samples that I can sell for Dr. Mosby. Oh, I'm getting sick again. No. Joe. The Rook? I mean, yeah, this place gave me a turbo pump. It has to be here. I'm glad we found this place. Right, let's go. Oh, I'm sorry, epilepsy warning. Is this place just getting abandoned?
He's a wonderful toy. Ideal.
Fish drowning. Wait.
Monsters do have their claim.
War room? Oh, war room.
No matter how
It's like a place where they talk about tactics and shit. War room. Got him. Dang, there's like a lot of these robots. Why do they explode when they shoot you sometimes? I have a ward stone, so sometimes when they shoot me, I will retaliate with a fireball. It's like an artifact thing. Yeah, that thing saved my life 10,000 times already. I couldn't play for like this save without that stone, honestly. Like that stone saves my life. Which one is it? Can I? This one. And spontaneous combustion. Sometimes upon taking damage, a massive fireball erupts out of you. Yep. It's so good. Many bird noises outside. Loading something. Money. Oh. Whoa. 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 Oh my god. Oh, they packed the good stuff. Shit. I think opening them is less heavier than just not opening them. Yeah, it's better. Shout out to Breenman. Heck yeah. We love Chinook. Maybe I shouldn't bring this. No. 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 Oh, it's this one. It's the one that I'm using. Oh, I didn't bring a tesseract. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. things that I can just steal. Are these gonna be all NFTA things? Yeah. Conscript uniform. 1.8 kilogram for 800. It's okay-ish, but I'd rather not bring too many things with me because I'm already so thick. What's that? I think there was a 50 cal bullet. Yeah, it is. We're at 27% movement speed. So much bullet. A grenade. Wasn't there a lot of grenade launcher somewhere? I'm gonna throw away this one. My goodness, the NFTAs are just loaded. This is gonna take a while. Why does this place look abandoned? What? Oh, it's stinky here. Radiation. What the fuck? Get fucked. Oh, radiation ban. What if I stumbled upon? I'm probably gonna get sick here. No, okay. I'm not actually too heavy from guns. I'm too heavy from all the bullets that I just stole. That one looks like it's still alive. I have to throw away some bullet. I cannot just like take all of them. It's too heavy. I mean, turbo pump is heavy, but I know I need it. Also, can I use this thing? Guess not. It's just life, but it doesn't do anything. I'm gonna assume I need only one. Okay. If I need two, then fuck it, I'll come back here then. Okay, over here is a lot of radiation. But in the end, there's not actually much happening here. Oh yeah, actually, before I forget, I wanna update a little bit of something. To oh my god, my mid school friend wants to do stream at some point. So they decided that they want to stream our Counter-Strike session during our nighttime where we usually play together. And I figure that will be good content, I guess. I was like, sure, you can do that. We can do that. So we decided maybe we don't have like a fixed schedule, but whenever my friend whenever my friend feels like it, and he's like, hey, we should play Counter-Strike together, and then I'm gonna stream it, and then yeah, we'll do a stream. I'm saying this and just saying that I kind of want to announce it on my Discord that we're gonna stream Counter-Strike together with my mid-school friends. But at the same time, I don't know if I should because we'll only be speaking Chinese. So I figure I would still announce it, but I'm just gonna like I'll greet you guys with English, and then most of the time when I'm talking with my friends or like communicating, it's all going to be just raw Chinese. So I don't know, that might be a little bit interesting, honestly, right? See how we interact with each other, right? Also, letting you guys know that my friends started streaming as well, right? Personally, I think that'll be fun. That's a very weird thing to give me a bunch of rockets. 18 rockets. But then there's nothing else here. Oh, nothing else. I got 18 rockets. Wonder if I can just keep coming back here and get like another set of 18 rockets. I probably wouldn't count the 10,000 bullet that I got here. This feels like a very specific loot that will not get respawned, I guess? I don't know. Man, I'm way too heavy. the rockets are so heavy. I'm throwing away these. Because rockets are actually hard to come by. 0.2, 0.3, 1.4. 1.4 for 480. One kid looking for 600. Yeah. High explosive anti-tank, effective against armored infantry, drones, and light armored vehicles. Drones. I wonder if the anomaly counts as drone. This is probably gonna take 10 years to get back. Or like to get out of here. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. There's nothing on the table that I can take. So, no bolt here? I guess? It doesn't look like there's bolt here. Yeah, let's go exit, it's fine. No bolt, but I have recoilless rifle and a shit ton of rockets. That wasn't so bad. Just a little bit slow. Just a little bit thick. Nighttime? Nighttime. Almost morning. Skeleton Coast. So I checked the beach area, there's no boat. Oh my god, that's a long explosion. I mean, this place doesn't have any. How about this? Floodplains, right? So we came up from here. Maybe there's like one nearby? I don't know. But I sure as hell can check. I think there's a water, another water area around Skeleton Coast other than like the beach area. I mean 33%. God damn it. Recoilless rifle is 4.5 kilogram. Recoilless, I think I have extra. In my base, I think. Get out of here. Okay, 44%. I don't really want to throw away the rockets because it feels really nice. I don't think I want to throw away the AP button. The AP? I think that's fine. Okay, yeah, it's much better. Hi, Roxas. My soul is pain. Yesterday, my big toe went numb. What the heck? Are you sure you're playing volleyball? Got him. Yes, 5 hours? Wow, shit. I mean, that's intense as fuck for playing. Uh-oh. Got him. I try and go that way. Still thinking to get a new headset? Should I wait for Steam? Wait for Steam for what? Steam making a new headset, you mean? Steam coming out a new headset? Huh. I mean, it's entirely up to you if you want to wait for Steam, and it's probably gonna cost like 3k. I don't know. I'm not sure when this year no price. Yeah. I mean, it's Steam. It's via headset. It's gonna go like 3k. Like with the top-notch everything that they always has been. I'm probably not surprised if they sell it for like 3k. I'd say it should be cheaper than the last one. Did they already have their own VR headset? Yeah, also that's a bolt. Maybe it's that one. The RAM issue problem now. So because of the RAM issue, they are making another new VR headset. Yeah, it's only a little bit of fire. Wow, that little bit of fire hurts. Because RAM shortage now, not sure they will reduce the price much. Oh yeah, I mean the AI fuck ass things. Well, unfortunate. Ow, 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 ow. It's cheaper this time because I don't need camera anymore. Camera? Oh, as like a tracking? I mean, I have zero knowledge on VR headset, so talking to me about VR headset is probably gonna be like speaking with a toddler. I have zero knowledge on VR headset. They follow Facebook headset? What's Facebook headset? What? Facebook is a headset? Is there people who uses Facebook still? I mean, I guess I kind of still do. I kind of still do, but I don't really like spend any more time on Facebook anymore. Oh, we go check on that one. Quest is from Facebook? What? Holy shit, I didn't know. What, we have shiny. Need a wrench to repair. Where's my wrench? This might be the boat. It's not from the beach. Oh shit. Nice. Requires 3 spark plug. Ooh, did I use the turbo pump? Oh my god, I did. So that one uses turbo pump, this one uses spark plug. Okay. I mean, it's easy stuff. Let's go get them. I was thinking another brand from TikTok, but the seller seems scammy. I feel like 90% of the things in TikTok just scam. No offense though, but still, I just don't trust TikTok anymore. Since TikTok is just infested with kids, so... The headset is from TikTok. TikTok itself is the problem, so I'm also not surprised. Like, TikTok doesn't ban dangerous practices. TikTok itself is a huge problem, so there you go, right? Like, always with TikTok trends that, like, they don't ban when people do, when people do, like, whatever, like, years ago we have, like, devious lick or, like, Tide Pod challenge, right? Those kind of things are not banned immediately, even when it costs lives, and then TikTok is like, oh, I don't know, TikTok's still alive. I just have zero respect for TikTok. If I retail, Shopee sell for 2,200, and then the retail shop sells for 2,600.
Hello. Someone's in a hurry. Hey.
I mean, I don't use 9mm anymore, I think. Yes, let's use this to trade. Oh, I have the 1,600, right. Nice. Not the seller I found sells only 1,200. That's like almost half the price. Has it been like 5 years or something?
Maybe next time.
Oh. COD means I can actually go and open it up if it's fake. And cash on delivery? Do people still do cash on delivery? I thought people just like sort of grew past that and just and it's always like pay first and then receive later. I don't know. That thing always scares me. It's like I pay first. What if they don't? What if they don't deliver? No. It could happen. It's over 1,000 from Facebook. Oh, you have to bring 1,000 cash? That's crazy. Cash on delivery. You have to hold 1,000 cash money on your hand? That's kind of scary, no? Especially with what's happening these days. the political shit. I am unfamiliar with. I'm unfamiliar with online shopping as much, honestly. My friend walked with 5k in cash, you know worse.
Hello there.
Isn't that just asking to get robbed? Question mark?
I'll see you around.
That's fucked up. 5k? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. They're not like flashing the money on everything. But still, I ain't having even $100 in my pocket. That's the thing, right? Like, I also love to go cashless because
You've gotta be kidding me.
of the risk. He wouldn't listen. Well, that's his problem then. I mean, honestly, why do I care about other people? Right? I need to take care of myself. And that's pretty much it. If people want to do what they want, then yeah, so long as they are not harming anyone else, why not? I'm hit!
I'm hurt.
We have one butt plug. We need 2 more. Look. I have 25. Good. Let's bring 2. Boom. Okay. Let's go back to the ship. Do you think I need to like prepare for a shit ton of things if I were to go there? Like, I don't even know where I'm going. That's the thing. I should probably do like a separate save here. So let's do 0 hours sleep. 1, we're gonna save a new save. And then we're gonna save this one as well. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Skeleton Coast. Ah, it's nice to be able to walk again. Like, as much as I love VR chat, I don't think I can buy a VR headset anytime soon. Like, I just don't think so. There's so many things that I need to pay for, so nope. I mean, if I want to buy, I'll probably start from like some how do I, maybe some like kinky gears, I guess. Like the affordable ones, right? Maybe I'll start from those. But there we go. Oh. Escape the zone, debt, cash, sell gear. Political status still in debt. The fate of the world still hangs in the balance. Broke and without prospect to stand little chance of survival in the chaos yet to come. You took 772 lives while in the zone. Oh. That's it. Ah, so he had, so the ending is like, oh, I didn't, that's so, this is a speedrun strat, no? I mean, to get a turbo pump and 3 butt plugs is not that hard, and a wrench. You can essentially like speedrun the game and win within 2 hours, I feel like. No? Wow, so there is an ending like this. What's with the map then? What's with the map? Right? What's with the map? I'm fixing it by not using the ship. So if I pay off my debt and then use the ship, the outcome would be different, I'm pretty sure. I'm relatively sure the outcome will be different. Like the ending wording will be different. I'm not broke, like not in debt anymore or something like that. So at least we know about that. So that's one thing. Now we can try this one. And triangulation. Reverse order. It's the thing. We could go triangulation first. We have to go through that bridge again. Hey, we could always get through that bridge again and again and again. Let's go. I love going through that bridge. I do wonder if they're gonna like... wonder if they are going to send down more helicopter. I think 3006 is strong enough to bring it down, just gonna take a lot of bullets. Which is not a big problem because you know, the amount of bullets that I have is questionable. 2k, 1k, these are all like the normal bullets though, right? 700 incendiary rounds, 600 HE rounds, 3006 bullet. 221 hey up bullet. Oh wait, anti-tank. Maybe I should bring a recoilless rifle this time. Bring a recoilless rifle and then try to take down the helicopter.
Hold on. Did you hear that? I'm going to check it out. Site's on fire.
Oh, I have a way better rocket launcher. Yeah, let's use this one. And then, where's my rocket? Here. We don't bring this much, because they're extremely heavy. We bring 6. 1 load, and then, yeah. We use AP bullet, FNJ for the 3006. 3006 has what bullet? 3006 has HE? Incendiary? Let's do HE, right? Fuck it, let's do HE. I have all these bullets, why not use them? Bring 200. Boom. Alright. Easy. Boom. Oh yeah. 112. I'm already thick?
I'm going to check it out.
God Star. I mean, it looks really cool. Did they just fully... yeah, it did. Okay. Is it a Seeker launcher or normal? Looks normal, question mark? $60mm rocket launcher platform capable of launching a variety of payloads. I don't know about Seeker launcher though. Normal? Okay. I got this one as like my weird duffel bag thing. So never used it. Did they hear me? Oh, could they be the hit squad? They actually could be the hit squad. That's why they are just hanging around here. Devious. I couldn't aim though. Probably gonna get shot a little bit. Okay. Now I stood my ground, at least I have a chance. Did I shot them? Oh, that hit. Aboard? Okay, I'm going in. Take some HE round, bitch. That was quick. Hi, Rogue Devil. Welcome. Wasn't there supposed to be one more? Love me some hit squad. Give me them incendiary bullets, would you? It's free. It's free real estate. If I could find it. Okay, fine. Welcome. Hope Rogue is doing it. Okay, let's go that bridge. I don't know if I want to try and destroy the turret again. If I shoot the rocket, it's going to be a straight line. Because if it does, it might be a lot easier to destroy the turret with... Destroy the turret with the rocket launcher. Was that handyman? Or was I blind? It's a bit of a waste, but it's fine. I have so much bullet, might as well use them. Although I wouldn't say so much because I'm pretty sure 300, 600 bullet it's gonna get used up in like what, 1 or 2 raids, I think. But then again, I can always get more F&J bullets, so that's not too big of a deal. Mushroom. Oh my god, double golden? Let's go. We love a good double golden. Kinda wish I could get more love balloons. But I don't know how else I can get more blue mushrooms. Freelancer? Yeah. Where shouldn't I? Oh! What is spinning? What if you paint a different mushroom blue? If the game allows me to do that, I would, but that would mean lying to the sewer friend as well, though. I don't want to lie to sewer friend.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. I'm gonna run, and if I get shot at, just keep running. They can aim. Are they friendly? No way! What the fuck? Are they blind and deaf? I didn't think like that was like what? They don't look like freelancer. Oh my god. Fuck. Apparently I'm too fast, I guess. Let's use the normal one for now. Blue mushy, very rare. 1.2k rifle? I'm too thick already. And I don't think I'm going to anywhere that's going to have like a trading situation. I already threw away so much like 1k plus a gun. It's that one. Yeah, I'm too thick. I'm already like, boom. No, I'm not taking it. It's okay, we're gonna raid the dead bridge and then we're gonna get a bunch of things over there. Yeah. Use the normal one for now. If I can just shoot at the... If I can just shoot at their head, even normal bullets can be good. Okay. Right, how do we do this? Dead stop N. English. Sniper? Oh my god. I'm gonna call the cable car and see what's going on. And see how they're gonna react to a cable car being called. No one's there? Bite Kobo until lighter. Wait. No one's at the refinery. No one's at the dead bridge? What's going on? What? Did they give up? I think they gave up. Oh. Is the turret still here? Looks like turret's still there. Well, I'm just gonna go. It's fine. It doesn't help that the sun is shining directly in my face, but it's fine. This is so weird. Military just abandoned their They abandoned their place. I didn't know. I didn't know this could happen. I thought they could just keep spawning and spawning and spawning. Yeah, I should drink. So weird. I love a good stretch. Oh, let me reply to this real quick. Okay. Just needed to take a look. There's literally no one here. What if I just like... What if I throw like a nade? Nothing's gonna happen, right? No one. This is so ominous. Absolutely no one. Oh, I'm so scared. Why is this making me more scared than anything? Why is this making me more scared? What the heck? So confused. Shotgun? Okay, there's still someone. Yeah, there's still someone, but... One out of, like... Okay, there's still someone here. Two. From 10,000 to no one else. Wait, I should have sounded the alarm myself. Oh crap. Okay, so triangulation, we did one fix in Greywater Marsh. I haven't been to Pine Ridge yet, so maybe we can go there. I've been to Annex. We reached the wall in there. But let's try to go to Pine Ridge and Quarry this time. So when I go here, I have to turn right at some point, so let's keep right. Keep right but not go to Perdition. Perdition went to dead end? Okay. Yeah, keep right. Because this much is like straight up. Easy, easy. Right, let's go. So be careful. The stone maze is extremely scary. I died so many times in stone maze, it's actually so fucking hard. No more military. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, keep right. If I'm going off-road, I'm going to this place. Me being like, stone maze isn't that bad, and then remembering that I made friends with cultists. Yeah, cultists fucking hate me. And their fucking ball of Bathysite just nukes me in 0.1 seconds. But I did kill one of them last stream. With my enhanced coil gun. And I actually took cover this time. I tried to kill that thing and I did. This one should lead to perdition. Yeah, that one leads to perdition. Okay, okay. Dang it, I had to shoot. Wait. Ooh, they hurt. 45? 0.45? Dang. I didn't think 0.45 hurt that much. Oh, I got lucky with this one. Shit. Thank goodness I got that guy first. Only able to deal with energy and interaction makes life a good chunk easier. Still not easy. Oh yeah, definitely not easy. Like stone maze is like, we've been holding your hands, now it's your turn kind of deal, I feel like. Which is fair, right? Which is fair. At some point the game has to get hard. Get hard, ayo. Wink wonk. And Kobo is being very sus today. I should probably sleep for 10 hours. I think if I'm going to somewhere that's like dangerous like this one, it's best I that I explore with like good mental. 9. Excuse me, I'm just trying to EP while I shoot a gun. Nothing like shooting a gun before going to EP. Right, we good. Oh no, Kobo is turning into a Texan? Texan? Oh no, with a cultist, really? Immediately? Really? Maybe it's time to use the coil gun again. But I couldn't just pick up bullet with a coil gun. Sniper? USA state known for being far too into guns. Oh. Oh, USA state? I didn't know. Bring 2 more rockets. Should I try sniper? They are both 921. This one has a laser sight. Why are you more expensive? What? Oh. Different sights. A coil gun, definitely big punch. A coil gun is definitely big punch. The only problem is that I have to... Base SR is 4 times. SR Sentry is 2 times, question mark? Boop. Wait. I'm just afraid that coil gun bullet is kind of expensive as well. Tikaka, oh my god. Hi, elder boat friend. I hope Tikaka is doing good. Wait. Nah, I think my current gun is good. Why do I suddenly want to change gun, huh? I'm good. Got breakfast, made tuna pasta salad with cucumber and pineapple. Ooh. Kobo loves pineapple. Heck yeah, good to know that Tikaka is doing good. Variety? I mean, true. What if I change to a different 5.56 gun? We have a bunch. 960. This one is 980. 920 with 2 round bullet. I want to try this one, Cobra 81. DMA scope and ankle grip. Combat optic and laser sight. Ooh. Okay, let's give it a try. Blue! Oh my god, blue! This is the best gun. I should drink water. I should totally do this too. This time I remember. Yeah. Yeah. We must look at Tikaka. Because their art is heckin' amazing. Maybe better handling in some form, but I don't know. Slow for an auto. Not sure what the upside is. Well, we'll see. Blue laser sight, I guess it's the upside. I'm gonna give it a try. Am I hungry? No. Give me a second. Oh. Am I not hungry anymore? Oh my god, I got it full again. Let's go. God Star. 2 times God Star? Been shown kindness, my only weakness. Yeah, yeah. We must look at Elder Bowl. I always enjoy like looking at your channel. I know I don't do as much art, but I always enjoy looking at other people doing art. It's great. And I think the more I look at people doing art, the more I feel like I want to do more art. Is that... That feels like no recoil. Is it just me? I feel like there's no recoil. Uh-oh. That is like... Cultist. It's not by the side, that was just a cultist. Careful. We know where it is. We know where they are. Take and go. I didn't die from that. Take cover. Get fucked. Where's your ball, friend, huh? Yeah, of course. Alright. Time to run. Welcome to Stone Maze. Find a good cover. This is a really bad angle because there's too many trees. But I think here is not bad. The fuck is that sound? Oh, there might be the sound of the better side. Tikaka stream's good, just like Tiara stream. Oh. Hi Mars. Oh my god, squeaky dragon. Arting is infectious. It honestly is. It is. All the adults. Insurrectionists? Oh no, that's fucked up. Alright, we know where they are. We know where they are. This one, right? This one. Ooh. Right, will we get God Star again? Alchemist. I also hope Mars is doing it. I don't know if I said that honestly. Wait. Weapon explosion? Always funny when you've been hanging out in a zone for a while and you shoot someone and explode into a dozen different weapons. Yeah. Love to see that. I wanted to loot them, but I didn't expect a nade to come immediately. Good nade though. No hate on that. Like, I couldn't even get mad at that. Alright, let's get ready to fight the cultist. There'll be many cultists and one better site. Or that ball thingy. Timing wise, I don't think they're here already. But they should be nearby. Like somewhere to the left of me. Oh no. I couldn't control myself. I'm doing okay? Heck yeah. Love Squeaky Dragon. Maybe I can flank them. Get the upper hand and then maybe kill one first. Cultist is extremely dangerous in Stone Maze. Okay, going out in the open, I might die here actually. Is that them? Where? What? Maybe they went elsewhere. And squeak squeak. Gosh. And squeaky dragon, so adorable. Well, they are not here somehow. Let's keep going right then. There should be a place where I can go to Pine Ridge. Like, feels like I'm here, right? Keep going. I'm around here. Turn right at some point. Maybe that's a stray bullet. Might be here. Okay. There we go. I'm the best. Oh my god. Okay. I know how to read map a little bit now, at least finally, after 29 years. Wow. Wonder what kind of heinous enemies I'm gonna go against here. More cultists, maybe? Cultist is like the big one. The dangerous one. Like, Insurrectionist is fine with their hit squad of like 3006 bullet incendiary rounds. And then NFTA is just like a bunch of like hit squads with snipers. Or like the saw like machine gun. And then cultists, you have fucking obliterator. You look at the ball for 2 seconds and you're dead. So yeah, I feel like cultist is like the strongest one here.
Let's go.
Ooh. I think I only see one of you. Oh, mushroom. Oh, scavenger. What is this? Venator 900? With tracer? $2,300. But your muzzle velocity is weaker. Obscure experimental infantry rifle feature an integrated suppressor and red dot scope. So this one doesn't aim far? Yeah. Eat bait, eat bait. It's a big no-no, but 2k. And tracer rounds. I don't think I've seen tracer rounds before. So we already seen one scavenger. Don't like that place. Putting up lights? Oh, to go out, I have to go through a few. Cultist? No instruction. That's not a hit squad. Also, this gun is no recoil. Scorcher. What? Seeker? What the fuck is this place? Yeah, this is Scorcher. That's Seeker. Money? Kobo gonna kill me. Uh-huh. It was like 5,600. Experimental repeating plasma rifle. It generates unstable bolts formed out of pure ether that can actively track moving targets. All going off your laser. Is this good? Big money though. Very big money actually. Wow, wow, wow. I need to fight first. I don't trust the I don't trust the ball. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my god, it just tracks. Oh my god, that's so crazy. What? Dang. It just aims for me. Fun gimmick at least. I could use this gun because I can aim for shit. That's a rave. Where did that rave come from? What the fuck? I was like, no, that's not the purple orb, that's a rave. Shit. With this weapon, I feel like I can easily tell where enemies are. Because it's always been my weakness is that I cannot look at where enemies are. No, I'm stuck! Why are you chasing me though? You can zap all you want. You can zap all you want. I have no speed. Dang. Unfortunate how I have no speed. It's okay, we down pills. Doesn't feel like it does a lot of damage, you know? Like the secret rifle. Maybe it's good against like soft targets, but not good against like... Not really good against Wraith. Wraith is just too tanky. It's okay. We're gonna use back my gun. Oh, bye-bye. That's another insurrectionist gun. That sounds like a scorcher. Target phone. Kobo going in. Kobo going into dragon. Going into dragon? Shit. I'm sorry, not sorry. Kobo is just feeling spicy today for some reason. Oh fuck, I forgot I need a wrench. No. Can I get a wrench? Oh, I got the .exe. Can I get a wrench? Can I like have a wrench maybe? Get the flux detector? Yo! 2 of them even. I'm getting too thick again. Okay, I'm trying away this. This one I have a lot. It's only 400. 0.6 kilogram for 250. 0.6 kilogram for 250 feels pretty good. Yeah, feels pretty good actually. I have to throw away one gun. Oh fuck. Sounds like the wrong way around. No. Come on, 2 box. No. No. No one has a range. Dragon into Kobo, more like it. I don't think I can. Can I? Can a dragon get into Kobo? Isn't the size different? Like, way too much. Look, it's a viable topic. It's fine. No wrench. Wrench? I couldn't help it. I'll throw something else away. Maybe not this one. Hey yo. Uh-oh. No. Do I try scavenge around this place for a ranch? Actually, without love, patience, and determination, dragon can into kobold. Depends how we use the kobold. I guess if kobold learns how to space and alter space tech, What's an alter space tech? Is it bungee space tech? No range. Does it one-shot kill? Ooh, that's not bad. Wait, that's not bad. Oh. Dang, I'm making a one by one cobalt doll. It's really realizing that this creature can be grabbed with single hand, very small. Oh. I wanna get grabbed by a single hand. Kobo like small. Being small makes Kobo happy. It sounds like an amazing doll. Because it's small. No, I don't wanna. What if they don't drop wrench here? No. All good. Fine, let's go somewhere else. Dragon doesn't ever have to be too big to be able to easily wrap fingers around Kobo waist and hold firmly. Yeah, even a normal sized dragon can do that. Entral, feral, both works. Explore this zone well, I'll try. because I'm playing on Mercy, if I die, that means the exploration is all gone. So I'll try not to die here. If I die, I'm probably gonna be a PC build, but I'll try not to be too much of a PC build. I want to explore this ruins. Wait. What is this? I mean, this candle. I guess I like the candle. Oop. Is that good? Burn this? Burn the other things? Maybe this one? This one? This one? Did this summon the dog? They just immediately rushed here within 0.1 seconds. Mushroom. Somehow my PC is dying playing this game. Wonder why. It never happened for the past few streams, but only this time it's like... It feels like it's dropping like in-game frames quite a bit. There has to be a wrench there. And Kobo needs a wrench to fix things. I wish I could just bite the things. Boo! Boo! Nope, nope, nope. Still good? Okay, they're not gonna chase me. Oh yeah, I even went to the first one that I saw. Too heavy. I don't need this. Boom. 0.5 kilogram? Nope. Cannot take too many things, huh? Bike? Very eatable. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we playing Initial D now or something? It's kind of funny how the pigs make no sound. So weird. Boop. Hey. Well balanced meal. Ooh, big rain. Super weather incoming, I feel like. Oh, I should drink. Ayu.
Yep.
Wait. Boop. Wait. Wait. I just ate and I already feel like taking a nap. I mean, oh my god, nap is good. Kobo likes nap. Have I been there? Oh yeah, that's where. Okay. I'm already open. Please don't shoot me. There's a lot of dirt in this place. Oh, KM 077. Ooh. Wow, did the pig kill them? These guys suck. Didn't take much though. I don't want to take this. You want me to go in? I mean, I know deers are very spiritual, but you're doing this, I guess I'm doing it. Alright, I'm going in. Thank you, dear. Oh my god, it's not locked. Oh shit. Smuggler's Den? That is so scary. Oh, I'm so gonna die here. Isn't smuggler like they kidnap people or something? Or oh, am I misunderstanding smuggler? Shit, I'm gonna get kidnapped. Keep out? Oh, yeah, speaking of super weather, it's happening right now. No, that's human trafficking, which is different. Oh, so smuggler is not that bad? Are you... Oh! 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 Hi! Whoa! Sorry. Oh hey, it's the Seeker rifle. Whoa! 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 Whoa, these suck. I mean... That's how bad the markup is without my massive stack of golden vertebra. What's a golden vertebra? Possesses target seeking capabilities? 40k! Holy fuck! And smuggling is when you sneak stuff to sell you're not supposed to. Oh, that makes so much sense. Ah, thank you, DKK. I didn't know what it means. I mean, SG camera, shotgun, underbarrel grenade launcher, a shotgun with a grenade launcher, the multi-tool, bolt action shotgun and underbarrel Loki. You're dealing with 10 times markup on most of these items, which is crazy work. Sure looks like it. Right? This one is 15,000. This one is 1,500. So 10 times. Insane. I mean, there's nothing I want to buy, I feel like. I already tried the Seeker's rifle. And I think I can sell it now. It's not even... I feel like it's not that good. It's fine. I'm also selling this one, Venator 900. Obscure experimental infantry rifle featuring integrated suppressor and rated scope. I mean, this one feels good, but it doesn't aim far. And I feel like for me, because of my bad eyesight, if a gun doesn't aim far, I don't want to use it. I would not be able to even hit an enemy. I'm selling it. I don't think I want to press this. Is it gonna kill? Are they gonna kill me if I press this? What is this? A card? Oh, che. So this must be the endgame shop that you guys told me about. What's the that's never seen before patch. I mean, I already have this one. I could give it an upgrade. You know what? Let's fucking do it. I have this. I'm buying this. Ooh. Thank you. Alright, we have a fucking Seeker. Seeker heat rocket. Hell yeah. Alright, let's get back out. It's not that scary. It's not that scary. Yeah. Alright, this one might lead to... I haven't been to Quarry. This one leads to that end? No way. Also the laser sight? What? That sounds scary. I'm sorry. I think Kobo Brain took over a little bit. They always refresh, right? The Cobra feels really good. It's almost like the gun has zero, well, close to zero recoil. And the damage is not bad too. I don't get pulled. I don't even know where it is. Okay, I kind of see where it is. Actually, pull me. Did I not take any... What? I didn't take any, like, mental damage? Because usually when I get pulled, my character go be like, and then the aim becomes like 200 times harder. Oh yeah, the smuggler shop didn't sell. How come they don't sell the fucking wrench? I can't believe it. They don't sell wrench, and they open up a shop. Wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! There's a fight here. Oh my god! Who won though? Oh, that's two cultists donk an interaction deserved. Right. But he can harvest hellhounds. Hellhound? Oh, I forgot. They're like dogs. Dog meat. Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Nap time? Okay. Have a good nap time, Tikaka. And thanks for stopping by. Nap time. Wrench? Well, we found another triangulation, but I fumbled by not having wrench. I also need to remember that me taking guns, it's not necessarily just to like use them to trade for more bullets. In the end, I need to pay off debts, so selling guns sometimes is also a good idea. Get money, pay off debt. Yeah, I need to keep that in mind actually. Are you being pinned down? You saw me first. Oi oi. Okay. Where else can I find a range? What's that? Was it a dirt? Wait, was it a dirt? That might be the dirt actually. Maybe I can try to go quarry. We're in Pine Ridge. So going to quarry, maybe there's like a safe spot that I can access my stash, so I can get my range and then come back here. I already lost my sense of direction. I'm gonna assume that goes to quarry. Because it looks like that's it looks like a zone transition area. Might be wrong, but hey. What? I feel nice about this Cobra gun, not gonna lie. It feels really good. Um. Oh, that place looks dangerous. What does that place reminds me of the wall? And what if Cory is a wrench? Yeah, that's what Kobo is hoping for, so I think this is Cory. It is a zone transition. Or maybe I can just find a wrench here without going to Cory. Would be nice. The two boxes are lie. I guess we're going to Cory. It is Cory, I'm the best. So, Cory, we're here. So, endgame enemies? That gun doesn't sound too scary. Anyone knows what Cory means? Or is it just like a place name? Without meaning. That's a 3006? Really? Cory's a place to mine stuff? Oh my god, it's a place of cobble. Okay. I haven't seen new armor anywhere. Mine stuff. So more interactionist, I think. Quarries are like places where stone has been dug out of the ground. Oh, when stones are dug up from the ground, meaning they have to deal with clay soil. Right? Oh my god, those things are so heavy. Dang, still no wrench to be found. Is that not? I guess I have not. There's so many of these alarm thingy. I don't know what I'm gonna be dealing with, but a rocket launcher should be fine. I hope. If I find a wrench, I could try to find the triangulation here as well. Oh my god, I'm so wrenchless. Maidenless? Wrenchless? There are only 3 triangulation points? Yeah, so one possibly here, one in Quarry, one already done in Grey Waters Marsh. Nice jump asset. Nope. Get juked. Why is there poison? Where? What is that movement?
You're not getting away.
Where is you? It sure sounds like that from here. Does this thing cause poison? Deadly poison? Why did it not spill poison this time?
I'll find you.
I'm gonna be careful. I don't want to just like move around because this is a new place.
Show yourself.
Did they see me or some shit? My metal is fine. They must be in there. Maybe I can try luring them out.
Help me.
Weird, okay. I definitely hurt someone. Like close by around this place. Hmm. Hmm? Maybe if I do this. Lots of noise going on. What is this machinery? That thing is always so weird. The funny thing is that two different kill squads spawn in the same map. Ooh, that's a lot of bullets, no? Ooh. Oh, not that good. It's only 1200. Also, they shot each other. Hey, more free bullet. Free. They have the yeet bomb. It's actually wrenchless. I'm crying. This gun is no suppressor, right? Including combat optic and laser sight. Yeah. Unless that's a suppressor? I don't think it is. Kinda looks like a suppressor. I don't know. I don't even know what a suppressor looks like. Wrenchless behavior? Oh. Kobo is so wrenchless now. Kobo needs range, but there's like zero range going on. Hmm? Oh. Gunshots? So people can destroy things here. Do make sure to check all the garage-like bits. Garage-like bits? But they are not dragon bits though. Wink wonk wonk wink wink wonk 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 wink wink. So those are two boxes of chicken and wrenches? Oh, okay. It's a big place. That sounds very near. Bitch. Oi oi. Unlucky for them. Unlucky that I decided to use my little rocket. I think I still have a few. Yeah, leave two. The downside of tracking a silverfish, it likes dead bodies. Yeah, I never realized that because it's the first time I do it. Oh, dude. How come they always shoot like they shoot one bullet and then gone? Like gone. Like commit the fight, you bitch. If you already want to shoot at me, don't be a fucking coward. Like, you already shot at me. That's a good first step. Like, god damn it. Just shoot. Ooh, sledgehammer. Scorcher. So, different kinds of interaction is there? This is a... Next time they'll full auto you? I mean, sure, if I die like that, yeah, I deserve it because I'm very like... I'm very not paying attention to like where I'm getting shot at, which is like one of my weaknesses as well, right? If they full auto me, then I guess I'll have faster reactions. Next time I'll try to like take fights like properly and hide properly, I guess. But like their behavior is like just prolonging the fight for no reason. Wee. Oh my god. That explosion sounds like the radiation explosion anomaly. But give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting really dark. Aye. Aye, aye. Already feel better for my eyes. So I guess there's no safe space here. Like no. Oh my god, you're a lifesaver! Guess it's time to head back. Heart wrenching. God damn it. I'm no longer wrenchless. And Kobo has been upgraded. I guess if I get time, I kind of want to play this game off stream. I guess I can play this account and then I can just try to earn money, pay off debts. I hear talking. It's this place again. Shit. I hate motorcycles, man. I can't hear shit. Am I not hurting them? There we fucking go. I hate the motorcycles so much. Why are they just like revving the engine around residential area? I'm trying to hear, man. I'm trying to hear. And then the motorcycle just like vroom, 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 vroom. It's like, ooh. You vroom for what? Hiya. You vroom, you pay more gas money. That make you stupid. And then you disturb the housing areas. Like, what you doing? What do they achieve for doing that? I don't understand. Ooh. I hear Duke. I'm getting so thick. Like, way too thick, actually. Is it too many toolkits? I'll throw one. 0.6 kilogram for 250 money, though. Fine. I don't want to throw these away. I'll throw this away. Rancid meat? Yeah. Dog meat is this heavy? I mean, I want to make as much hot dog as possible. Binary cat. Hi. More Project Silverfish streamers? Yeah, I've been playing Project Silverfish for the past many streams. Yeah. I'm currently just trying to explore. 哇，饼诶，你射这样远搞作？ Bitch. Haha. Also, hope you're doing good. Welcome. But this place stinky. Since I always miss those unfortunate blights here now, Silverfish my favorite game since it came out. It's so much fun. I can agree to that. Heck yeah. I've been enjoying Silverfish when it first came out as well, and then This time it's just me like sort of revisiting the game for the second time. Like, since there's more updates now and more places to explore, and yeah, it's a good time to revisit the game. Yeah, I already got a range, so I guess I can just go down. Don't jump down, I'm gonna die. Can I go down here? Oh, I should drink. There's so much more to come according to the developer. I never really check like what the developer is talking about with their game. I'm kind of just be like, oh cool, there's more things, and then I just revisit the game. But good to know that they are like actively working on this game, adding more things in the future. I mean, you hardly get a game where you get to play as a heckin' lizard, alright? That itself is already a plus in my book. Oh my god, what's with the kids screaming? Holy shit. What the heck? I'm wearing headphones and I hear it. You're just being a bean? Coffee bean, huh? But we need more furry indie games. Indie games go hard lately. Yeah, especially with all the AI slop that's been going on. Yeah. Games like this is honestly godsend. Right. I think that one goes back. Doop. Yeah, this one goes back. Lizard bean. I do have beans, but I cannot show because I'm on my 2D model. My PC is too weak for the 3D model to show. My PC would explode. But yeah, I love bean. Beans good. Right, let's get back. I don't think I've seen any like triangulation thing here. Maybe it's on Quarry? And Quarry just have a bunch of hacking interactionist stupid snipers. This one in Grey Waters Marsh. There's one in Pine Ridge. There should be one more. Guess I'll go find them. It's fine. It's part of the game. It's time to find them. Don't spoil it. I'm going to hide that message. I'm not gonna rechat. Why am I getting spoiled today? Shit. I should have. You know what? It's on me. I should have said no spoilers. He's been. Well, I don't want to get spoiled. I want to like. I want to explore this game. Explore this game to its fullest. That's on me. Yeah, I should have added a no spoiler tag. Okay. Probably worth it. I mean, my tank is already full, but I can do this instead. Another hard parenthesis. Dang. Oh wait, that's a wrong parenthesis. There, okay. I'm sure people are gonna look at this and they're, normal. Alright, there we go. You guys cannot see what I'm doing? It's fine. The title has been changed. Okay. Okay. I need more purple laser sight. Oh. Oh, I don't have a gun. It would be nice to have a Tesseract. I'm sure there are guns around here. God damn it. Duke. So there's the cultists around, I think. Ooh, that's a tough dog. Where's the other one? No wonder you think. They don't wait much and then will retrieve if you run into people in the wild. Oh, you mean the ETA scanner? Yeah. I just have a bunch of them because they are only 0.1 kilogram and they're worth 1600 money. Dog. Where dog? Dog. Oh, is that dragon? Oh my god. Oh, it is dragon. Holy shit. Turbo pump? 46% movement speed? Nah, I can't. That sounds extremely close. Where are you? Uh-huh. Don't look at it. I guess the dog ran off. That's the second one. Nope. I hear guns. If I can have their gun, I can offer it to the things above. Would be nice. That's a free tesseract right there. Ui, 几百！我老吓死了，真的是妈的！我别人给吓死了呢，真的是。The where's your gun? Where's your gun? What? Oh. Gun. Ooh, hopefully 1200 is enough. I have things. Take it. I can give you gun. Yes, sir. Take it. No. Why are you stupid? God damn it. Where did it drop to? Okay, it should be somewhere around here. It's a shiny thing. I don't think I can miss it. I already missed it. Wait. Yeah, it must be this one. What the heck? How'd you even... What? Oh. This must be the one. That one must be another artifact. Hmm? Mm? Oh. Oh. And then there's another one here, somehow. Accidentally found another one. Free. Ooh, wonder what it's gonna be. Inside that building, maybe? Feels like it. No? Yes? Hmm? Oh. Woo. Where'd you come from? Oh, that's what. Yeah, the pig makes no noise. Are you sure? Are you sure the pig normal? They don't make any noise. They just fucking appears out of nowhere and lung out the ship alley. Okay, now we know the third one is at Stone Mills. Stone Mills? What time's now? What the fuck is already 7? Shit. It's already 7 PM. I stream for... What's wrong? You also... I can't shoot. I'm gonna die from pigs. I'm gonna die from pigs. They make zero noise. Oh. Stone Mist Castle? What? That sounds very cool, actually. Oh, there was one shot. Holy shit. Spooky. The fuck? They're trying to kill me. I mean, obviously, but still. Hi, Huskafu. And welcome. It's too heavy. I cannot take anything. I don't think I can take this anymore. 2 NFTA? I thought there should be more. Dang, they're going for the kill. They're packing the strong stuff. No wonder one shot almost take like half health. Wait, no, this is the way back. I haven't been up there yet. I was going to say after the fact, just an LTS squad with double Type 93. Is Type 93 the Magnum? Like the .338 bullet thingy? Wait, I think... Is that a smuggler's shop? I think that's a smuggler's shop. You know what? I'm walking at 27% speed. Oh, me too. I just had that. Literally just now. I got hit once and then half my health is gone. That's smuggler's shop, right? That's not quarry. Is it quarry? I'm fighting with 27 movement speed, you bitch. Come here. Did they die? I'm the best. What can I say? I think that's quarry. You know what? Fuck it. Nope, I'm not doing it. Oh, okay. Not that this is any better. Oh wow, I'm such a good shooter. What are they doing? Why are they like this? Why do they keep bringing this? Why do they want to kill me so bad? I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion, but still. But still. Holy heck. Oi, makan. Yeah, yeah. That's... Ooh, what is that? No wonder that doesn't hurt as much. So, what? This place is the NFTA area? It sure feels like it. Filled with NFTAs. Not at all is the funny part. You know. Kobo no believe. Where's the cum stain? Oh, it's not cum stain. Oh, oops. It's fine. One of those days. You know, my brain just goes... just... I think they should kill squads. Probably. It's what? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, the ad break's starting soon. Oh my god, unfortunate. Well, you guys can take the chance and do a stretch, get some water. You know, definitely don't find out what I just said. It's fine. I didn't say anything bad. It's fine. It's fine. And Cobra feels really nice. I've been missing out. This gun feels really good. Long range fights also made a lot easier with the laser sight. I'm worried. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Are you guys enjoying the 38% movement speed? It feels like the entire stream, honestly, that I've been walking below 50% speed. Cray. I wonder why. Too many good loot, that's why. I couldn't help it. Must loot. Right, we go to the safe spot here, and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. It's 7 PM. And Kobo hungry. Strip off, I mean, down. Strip off down more before leaving base? I cannot strip off. If I strip, I have no armor. I'm gonna die in one hit. I'm okay. Boop. There. Wait. Who are you? What are you on about? Ooh, it's the good stuff. I'm taking it. Not your armor, CD squeaky toy. No, don't call Kobo a squeaky toy, especially the toy. That's gonna make Kobo very excited. Getting rid of as much weight as possible before leaving means it takes longer to not. takes longer to get over encumbered. Before leaving, takes longer to get over encumbered. Yeah? Hooray, we have a stash here. Wow. Oh, 7 pork ribs? Shit. And Kobo is filled with pork ribs. We just use FMJ, that's good enough. And Cobra is really strong. Like, we just, like, wabam. Look at that. We don't need HE. What do we need that for? It's fine. It's only HE. My big horde. It's still kind of heavy though. Oh yeah, this rocket launcher. Rocket launcher is really nice though. Let's have a green tesseract with me. Boom. And forest? Alright, let's sleep for 10 hours. Boom. I kinda want to fix the triangulation thing though. Nah, you know what? Let's go fix the triangulation. I think I know where it is. It's at the place where I find the data tip. You know, the data tip. Mini sausage. We might need to cook another 200 leftovers. Yeah, I might need to cook another 200 leftovers, but I'll leave it for next time, or maybe off stream. Because that shit's gonna take a while. Alright, we have ranch. We bring a few more rocket. No, let's not bring rocket. It's too valuable. This is good enough. Alright. We're at 135. Oh my god, that's such a nice number. Finally, a movement speed that's faster than 100%. Oh my god. So that means I have to go, like, to the middle. Chat, I can't aim. The fuck? They're so tough. Who the fuck? Oh, revolution. Okay, okay, okay. These things are so tough to kill. Oh, and this we're fine. Let's go to the middle. I mean, are these sentient being? I don't think killing these should count as me losing some mental damage or losing some like mental. They're just straight up not a being. Are you forgetting the Cobra is automatic? No. I just feel like I prefer tap firing. I don't want to I don't want to like. Do I need to play Counter-Strike? I need to I need to like hold the button and then go like oh, it's so difficult. I want to tap fire. I like tap firing. But then Cobra shoots really slow as well, so maybe it's easy to control the recoil. Like not too difficult. Maybe. I should look up actually. If I want to find the triangulation thing, is that it? No. That's like 10,000 gunshots, holy shit. I might not remember where it is. I lied. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Woohoo! Who the book? Oh wait, is it cultist Pathicide? It could be the rock. Isolate. I'm swinging. Oh, get absolutely fucked. That was easy. Did no way. Easy. The ball comes in. The fuck you say, bitch? Kills me in 0.1 seconds. Fucking shit. Hey, fine. I mean, that shot was nasty though. Like, that shot, crazy. How, I mean, how would I know that there's going to be another fucking ball that comes in? Alright, we're trying again. Ooh. insurrectionists are not here anymore. Oh. More duck. Fight the deer? Oh, I already have a lot of meat. Oh. He told me to fight the deer and it raped. Wow. Hi, Zeus. Hello. What were you playing? Dark and Darker? I think I heard of the game. I think Darcy used to play it quite a bit. How was the game? Hope game was good. Also, welcome in, ladies. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. I promised them deer combat. Well, I mean, you should have the deer combat. I don't think there's deer combat here. The deer is gone. I think the cultists are not here yet. Oh my god, no, where's my fucking wrench?呀妈，几张好，你不会早点讲，真的是，你要 scrap electronic，你早讲嘛屌，真的是，你现在跟我讲，我现在要怎么办呢？真的是，啊，我老欸，你这就我要 scrap electronic 才可以就，妈的，你不会早点讲，真的是搞什么鬼？Sorry. Just gonna have a bit of an outburst there. How the fuck do I get back to my base without dying? Oh, hi Dan. Welcome. Oi, come on. There, dear combat. hope it's good enough. And then 10 bait. Like, the last two I didn't need anything. And then suddenly this one is like, scrap electronic. Right, you know, like, god damn it. You have had scrap in your inventory then because you need it for all of them? Oh shit, I didn't think about that. Is this place just like filled with deer? Okay, we see road. Now we just need to not die. Grab some. Ah, okay, okay. Oh yeah. I'm the best. You gotta make sure, you know, like I'm a highly trained kobold with trigger discipline, right? I don't just like shoot anything. And Kobo has the discipline. Right? I check. We check first. We identify. Okay. Oh, that's actually not too far. Okay. Wait, I got collab from a dragon. Oh my god, I'm the best. Okay, where's the fucking... one? There. Bring the meat again. I should bring more microframe. Oh, air bristles. There. Let's do a save. The well trained. I might be the best Kobo. Oh, no, I'm not the best Kobo. Eat the joke, eat the joke. No, it's bad. It's the bathy thing. They're there already, I think. I was fucking looking and there were no one. And then I looked away for 2.5 seconds. They suddenly appear. Cheater? I killed one of the cultists. There should be a bathy site nearby. It's two. Where did the ball go? It's fucking shit, what do I do? It's fine. No! Bunch of bitches. I'm just gonna keep healing. You can hit me here, stupid. Oh, oh. I've never clicked this fast in my entire life. There was someone else, right? Right, who the book? I don't know how I survived that encounter, but we take those. I'm just trying to fix the things, man. I'm not even trying to kill anyone. Hi, Sarah. Oh my god, Kobo. Hi, Kobo friend. Right. Book. How are they? Wow, how? Okay. It's nice to see Cobalt friend. Hope Sarah is doing good. Where's your gun? Ooh. Hey, we got some heals back. This place is a fucking war zone. Crazy. Likewise, heck yeah. Thank you. Alright. We good. We chill. We chill. We chill. Is it here? I don't even remember. Okay, okay, it's here, it's here. That's the good stuff. Okay, let's go safe. I'm taking it. I'm being licked. Am I getting out? I don't even know. Everyone's being licked? Wow. Is that the road? Oh my god. I've been stuck in this place for 69 years. I couldn't believe it. Vicious merm. Wait, what? I went so far? Help, 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 help. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Is it behind? Might be behind. That's what you get. Should be one more. Damn NFTAs with this squad of 3 always. Sniper? Oh my god. Sniper? I forgot to mention, but I hope Sarah had a nice rest. Thank you. Always nice to see Cobalt friend. Ooh, golden. Right, we don't need the wrench anymore, I'm pretty sure. Right, now we just need to go back to Simi. Do I go through that bridge again? I mean, that bridge feels pretty empty now. I guess we can go to that bridge, yeah. That bridge to Crossroads to Observatory. I think that's like the easiest way to go. Okay, we brought a little bit more bullion. Let's go to that bridge and let's go find Simi real quick, right? Let's go find Simi. Do a bit of a save. Boom. Just woke up 40 minutes ago. Oh. Yeah, hope you had a nice evening. Heck yeah. Alright, to Observatory we go. You think, do you guys think if I just keep running, would they shoot? Would they hit me with their shot? Cannot hit what's moving, right? Not more cultists. This one is to Perdition, I think. Yeah, feels like it's a Perdition entrance. So that bridge is here. Yeah, okay, okay. Until it's LE, like the cultist shotgun? Or until they just straight up follow you? Yeah. I mean, so far it's only like the Bathy site or whatever the fucking stupid sphere is. It's always a thing that just kills me within 0.5 seconds. Like, the rest of the enemy is fine. It really is just the The ball of flesh. That bridge we go. I should have brought the gas net. Right, check. Sniper spot. If sniper spot has no one there, it's safe to say that there's no one here still. Where's the sniper spot? Yeah, there's no one here. So must be the same, right? Like a few shotgunner, I think. I heard someone. I heard someone. Look, I'm strong, I think. I think. You know what? I'm gonna go out there. And I'm gonna press that button. I'm gonna press the button. Okay. Now we wait. Mistress! Hi, mistress. Quick pet for your mistress. Oh, thank you. Hope mistress had a nice dream and have a good rest after. Yeah. Do they just not care? I was sure they hurt someone on the left. Alright, they're not strong anyway. Alright, here we go, here we go. Here comes the ankle biter. Okay, I'm just gonna run. Wah wah wee wah, no one sees. Oh. Where? Oh. It is just a shotgunner. Slurp the Sally? No. Oh wait, Slurp is not eat, right? And Kobo needs her mistress intact. The turret's still there. Easy. That bridge and refinery is just like straight up empty now? That's very weird, but okay. Let's go to observatory real quick and I'm probably gonna just call it a day. And then tomorrow I'm gonna play some game with Bracky and Zeus. Haven't decided what to play yet, but we'll see. Already a war zone. It's probably the scavengers and the insurrectionists again. It's always them. Woohoo! Oh, they're revolutionary. Or revolution. Are they revolutionary or revolution? I don't know. I just know that they like dragons. Yeah, I don't think they're the... Aha, didn't expect that, did you? Oh. I think this place should be fine now. Because the revolution just came up from here. Yeah. Hello. One thread.
Oh, hello.
Yee.
Someone's in a hurry.
So at least this place is kind of safe. Wrong. Let's go find Simi. After doing this, I guess it's just... I don't care about this one actually. Okay, I'm doing that off stream, right? I think this could be the last Project Silverfish stream until I paid off the debt on... Until I paid off the debt in this character, then I'll just stream this one for a short while and just be like, oh, let's pay off the debt together, and then probably just like go escape again. Money. I got a free night vision goggles. It's 4,500. What time's now? 7:49 p.m. I mean, I kind of want to wreck Havoc for a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna do one last thing. I have 2 blue signal flare. Where's my signal flare? I have 7 signal flare. Let's bring 2. Oh, I have 2. What am I doing? Forced. Am I staying in Mistress's Mall tonight? I still haven't used the anti-material, this one, rifle. So I want to use this one, use the Hey Up bullet. Use the Hey Up bullet to shoot down a helicopter. That's what I want to do real quick. Sure, let's bring like 56 bullet, why not? Cool, cool. Right, cool. Let's quickly travel to Goldwood Forest. this time Kobo will shoot down the helicopter. It's already dark. Hi. Oh, okay. Revolution? Yeah.
Let's go.
Mistress is just making Kobo blush. Wait. Wait. I think no one's here. Goldwood Forest. The best place to throw the blue firework. Well, blue flame. Flue blade. Flue blade? Uh-oh. It's okay, angle, it doesn't see me. How did I whiff my shot? There we go. So, am I too obvious that they can just see me at night? It's fine. Here it comes. Blue flame. And then we're gonna hide, and then we're gonna shoot down the helicopter while hiding behind this tree. No, I want to shoot down the helicopter. Yo! Is it working? Yo, we did it! Easy. Get fucked. Kobo's a menace. Okay, go. Hey, chill. Everything is fine. Alright, chill. What? Hey, I'm getting juked. I'm getting absolutely juked. I'm getting juked so hard. Oh. Well, they're fine. I think this gun is a suppressor. Like, they don't know where I am, even when I shoot at them. Who was that? Who was this? Wait, did they come back and look for me? I guess they did. I guess they did. You juked yourself there is the best part. I didn't! I wasn't moving! I wasn't moving. Well, my mouse was moving. Ooh, see? If you bring more NFTA, you're gonna get a lot of free MRE. Can I get into the plane? Next I want to try using a heckin' rocket launcher. I think rocket launcher would be a lot easier than 50 cal. What? How do you aim with this scope? It feels so weird. Pistol. I'm actually bullying them. Wait, I didn't think. I didn't think they're just using a pistol. Oh my god, wait. Oh no, I'm a terrible bold. Shit. they're just using pistol. Wait. Wait, no. I'm not bad. Hell yeah. What'd you throw it? Oh no, you're bullying the face. Oh yeah, they have faces. Yeah, that's totally fine then. I should bully them more. Dum dum. I should probably throw in one more. I hope that works. Is she gonna spawn another helicopter? Would it do that? I don't think it does. No way! Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, they just run off. I mean, fair enough. They saw like, yeah, this place is like bad. We don't drop our soldier to die, I think. That's actually kind of cool. Maybe because they saw this, right? And be like, yeah, no, we're not risking it. It's probably because the other is blocking your landing, to be honest. Do they need to land though? They never really do land, no? They just kind of like fly above, drop the soldiers down and call it a day. It's like, hell yeah, I did my part. Wee. Wait. I wonder if the trading post person is still there. Hi, bomb. Shit. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's always like one in the trading post here. I love bullying this guy. Okay, something's making my PC like going ballistic. It might be time to become thick again. And Kobo's going thick. I'm gonna throw away the 250 ones though. Like, they're not that valuable. So that I can still move around. Oh, it's all 250. it's kind of weird too, right? Because I raided this place a lot more times than me raiding the refinery and also refinery and that bridge. But it's weird how they just abandoned that bridge and refinery and not care about that anymore. So weird. Hey. I need to... I'm still so not used to the bullet travel time. Like, you need to sort of... Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Like, aim towards... like, and anticipate. Anticipate their movement and stuff. Yeah, Like... right after ups. Alright, a little shit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Fuck. This is fine. Yeah. I forgot about trigger discipline. I didn't check. Oh my god, my frame is dropping to... Oh my god, help. My PC is actively dying. Oh god. Hey. Tanky. This is not a super weather. This is a weather that destroys my PC. Oh my god. No way. I love it when they bring that gun. You don't need those frames. All I need is these sick skills. The MLG. The mom get the camera thing, right? Ooh, baby, a triple. Right, let's go back to observatory and call it a day for real this time. Oh, do you guys not care about the weather as well? Cool.
Hey.
Another
time.
Perhaps another time.
The frames here is fine. I guess it's just a goldwood forest. Ooh, that was cool. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna save and quit here. So, I feel like this would be the end of Project Silverfish streams for now. Until I earn enough money, which I don't know when I'm gonna do that. Earn enough money to pay off all the debt. Then I'll stream this game again to sort of like do a celebratory like, yay, I paid off all 3 million, right? Stuff like that. So for now, this should be the end of Project Silverfish, and yeah, I'll still play this game off stream, obviously. And yeah, once I'm able to pay off the entire debt of 3 million, then yeah, we'll pay off the debt together on Steam. For now, though. This one. Looking. Dragon. Ooh, wait, the dragon tag. Oh my god, dragon tag is actually dragon. Oh my goodness. Well, the first one anyway. And then the rest is anime. Mustache? Ooh, wow. I already forgot about Mustache. I have the game, but never really played much of it. Maple Story Worlds? World? What the heck is a Maple Story World? This is Chinese. This is Chinese dragon. Lan Long? Lan Se Long Long? Lan Long Yu Mo. Oh, they're playing the Chinese version of Maple Story. It's called Maple Story Worlds. Wow. Oh, that's a really cute dragon too. Oh my god. I'm gonna look at the channel. Next stream at Yet Mensa? I don't know. Tomorrow, since I haven't talked to Zeus and Bracky about it, and oh, Raft. I need to buy a Raft. Tomorrow I'll be playing game with Zeus and Bracky. Yeah. Bracky's not streaming, right? Yeah, Bracky's not streaming. Let's raid. I still haven't found a raid target, actually. What am I thinking? Do I raid Duzzy? I don't know. I don't know about raiding Duzzy. It always gives me so much anxiety trying to raid Duzzy. Because many people know. Ooh, Duzzy is playing Far Far West. It's a game that I want to play. Oh my god. I want to play Far Far West at some point. And tomorrow they were thinking of playing Raft together. I might need to buy the game actually. I don't know if I have the luxury to buy it, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's rate Dazzy. It's fine. We can rate Dazzy. When Dazzy shows my clips, I'll just run away. I'll just run away when the clip plays. All right. Anyways, let me plug my things real quick. I have coffee, and coffee helps, and coffee good, and coffee nice, and coffee helps me pay the bills and shit. So yeah. And support, very nice. Only support if you can though, definitely. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there in Discord, and there's a dragon simping corner because I love dragons a lot. And dragons good. And I think that's pretty much it. Let me just get the rate message in. Whoa. I'm gonna ask for uppies. It's funny how when I you know I just realized like chatters, like my chat is not exactly entirely Kobo. So even if you're not Kobo, you're also asking for uppies. Oh my god, I'm still streaming. Need you know. Okay, I typed in rate message. I'm just gonna type into Dazzy. I'm gonna raid Dazzy. I'm gonna be like raid and run. Go get dinner. Yeah. So before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. And very valuable. And Kobo, oh my god, and Kobo loves you all. Hi Nexus, oh my god. Tekken. Well, I'm raiding out. And here comes the raid to Duzzy. Yeah. It's nice to see you, Nexus. It's always nice to see Nexus. Wait. Dragon. I'll probably wait for the timer to go down this time. I mean, sure, I'm hungry, but I'm okay with just waiting for the timer to go down this time. Since I'm not exactly rushing to do anything, so should be fine. Gosh, I'm thinking I'm thinking what to do tomorrow. They're saying that they want to do raft. I had to buy the game. Surprised it's still going. Yeah, I did a little bit longer than usual today. Well, not really longer than usual. It's more like because I started stream a little bit later than usual, so I kind of wanted to do a little bit longer. I had fun. I had lots of fun. Discovered almost the entirety of Project Silverfish in its current state, I think. Obviously there's more, but hey, see you guys tomorrow. Take care everyone. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.